some of those teams may be watching on Russell to see whether or not they can make it into the top 8 and get into the grand finals directly. This circle's crazy. The fighting is also crazy. Oh, okay, Galaxy's been knocked. He's got to play that. Oh my goodness, insight!
This one might fall apart as well. Edie just, how is he allowed to do that?
Confirms the kill. An important point. Who to get rid of? Yeah, Galaxy! Keeps a bit of pressure on others just above the bot flick though with a nice shot on the drive-by. Gets Arcade to double for bot. Can he get a third? Yes, he can. Pushing in his direction. Can he get the first one? Yes, okay. Maybe there's an opportunity. Oh, that was sharp.
Opons goes down. FW, they're on the backside of this though. QC sent it in front of them, but the MG3.
And Hatzort's just made his way in for Theraton 5. Archangel Predator are just scrambling. Dynatol has wiped them.
Show me the all damn day. Show me the all damn day.
We started off with an absolute banger. Had probably the most competitive lobby in years.
Good nade like this before.
Hold it.
Off an emergency parachute. That should be good enough. The spray coming out. That's one. That's two there.
Oh my. And no trades to come through. The Groza. It's sharp. It's 3 for B2. So slightly doesn't let a single shot here. Onto Axel driving by, but he hits the flick headshot with a mini. That's a little bit better. For Irrelevant. Great spotted. Top floor. They've seen him. He gets the knock onto Savvy. Does he get the second? He does. Onto the bam bam. The group stage is over for the PUBG Asia Super Cup. We are now on to the last chance qualifiers, 16 teams, 8 of which are looking to make it into the grand final. The other 8 would be going home and their tournament would be over. Russell, good to have you back here for another weekend of PUBG. Of course, it wasn't too long ago that we had the group stage. Not much time has really gone by.
Yeah, only a one-day break, but look, I'm happy to be back and in a phase of the tournament where teams are actually getting eliminated because I feel like that's when it's the most spicy.
It's certainly a lot of fun to be had. Let's go to the tournament explainer for those who did miss the first couple of days of action, which was indeed the group stage. We had 3 groups, Group A, B, and C. Of course, they're doing battle, intertwining with each other over the first 3 days of action just a couple of days ago. Not much time has elapsed, just the 1 day off since we did conclude with Group A versus B. We are now into the last chance qualifiers. So the top 8 from the group stage, they've progressed. They're in the grand finals. They get the weekend off. They get quite a few days off, Russ, but for these 16 teams, they've got 2 days to battle it out.
Yeah, not only do they get the days off, but they also get to study this lobby and see who makes it, and you know, they can judge their strategy based off that. But yeah, it's very simple going into the last chance qualifier. Top 8 make it, bottom 8 are eliminated. Super simple.
Yep, super simple, is well said indeed. So we've got 2 days. Obviously, the grand final has 4 days, which does make this a little bit more RNG for the last chance qualifiers. So if you can make it into the grand final, certainly a better chance of making some more money. You can actually see the cutoff here as well. To make top 16, to make grand final, you double up for free. You get 2K at minimum. If you do go out at this point in the tournament, Russell, you walk away still at least with 1,000. It's something, but certainly making the grand final will put you in a better position when it comes to the prize pool.
Yeah, I don't know what to say, Jake. Everyone loves money. Not much more to say.
It's one of the easier conversations to be had. $100,000 USD. It's like how bloody how good is that? So really awesome for these teams to have more opportunities throughout the year to obviously participate, get some money, take home some cash, and more importantly, of course, get a bit of preseason practice going into what's another big year of PUBG. We had the road map obviously announced.
Oh boy, that's stacked.
Yeah, not too long ago. We'll go to the highlights from the final day of the group stage. So really fun day was had because we had the race to get into the top 8. When we went into the day, Russ, we kind of said 3 spots were open. Didn't take long for Fury to occupy one of those positions, and then slowly but surely we had a couple of other teams, most notably Q Confirm. You started the night down at 17, 35 points for us. They ended on 100 points. That's right, they had a bang of 70.9 to get themselves not only into the top 8 but the top 3. So quickly, Q Confirm, Fury occupied 2 of the slots. We had a nice little race though, closing out the night for the last spot, basically down to 3 or so teams.
Yeah, I was going to say, we didn't really go into it expecting it to end the way it did, but we ended up having like 3 or 4 teams all on 65 points by the last game. And obviously Day Trade was probably inevitable that they would end up being knocked out, but Armory, FTF, and TE and Cerberus as well, they were all fighting for one last spot. And this game specifically was massive for Armory, but I mean, I suppose in the end it was Cerberus that claimed it. They had a nice compound feed in that final game, but of course we have to give them credit. They played it fantastically.
They certainly did. This is kind of the final game right here. A nice little jump shot over the fence as Theraton 5.
Insane.
Yeah, there is the shot. He got knocked down there, Thanatol, and for Theraton 5, they went out in last place, which meant they could not get that top spot. Didn't really matter in the long run. Finishing 1st or 8th in the group stage had the exact same benefit, so they would not have been at all dismayed by that final game result. It was certainly a really fun end to that night. We'll go to the top 8 teams that have qualified. It is Buriram on top, then Theraton 5. Q confirmed. Strange that they were able to finish in 3rd, considering they only had the 30 points after their first night. They picked up a whopping 70, which was a total tie with Theraton 5 from their night 1 as the most points picked up by a team on a singular night. So it really did show what Q confirmed were made of. Purple Mood, they had a great tournament, 96 points, and so on down the list. X-Men, Fury, Cerberus making it in, of course, on that final game. Russell, 61 points on their final night, making up for that pretty poor day number 1. ExoClan rounding it out as they were decent, tied with Fury on points. Says we've got our 16 teams, of course, that are going to be battling it out in the last chance qualifiers. The leaderboard as is right now is the order in which they also finished from the group stage. So from Armory Gaming, the Expendables, Day Trade, etc., and down, that was the order, which does mean, and I want to put it out nice and early here, we've only got 12 matches, Russell, but those that are on the left side of this bracket, the top 8, they are the expected teams to hold those positions. Everyone from 9 to 16 didn't have that great of a group stage, would not have qualified for this top 8. They need to change something.
Yeah, they need to change something, and you would have, I mean, you'd hope that during that day break they would have done something, but I think you're absolutely right. The top 8 right now are probably the favorites, although that said, there are a couple on the right side of the leaderboard that we're potentially looking at to either upset or, I mean, if we're being honest, kind of live up to expectations. PMA, Unicorn, Cyber being the 2 that I'm looking at right now, and 4-Man Bo obviously has performed decently well for the Japanese side of things, but I'm kind of expecting, I put this out there and you rightly called me out saying this usually happens, that the bottom 3 of that top 8 potentially will be upsets. We're going to have to see, but it is very hard to imagine anyone on that left side of the leaderboard actually dropping out of it.
I should add, by the way, Russell, that Unicorn technically had more points than FW by 2, so they would actually be the team in 8, so it makes it look a little nicer for them. FW would be in 9th. The rest is pretty much accurate, so we can take this for, you know, the 90% truth that it is. So for Unicorn Cyber, I think they're certainly a team as well, and to me then it kind of shows there's maybe 10 teams or so trying to fit into that top 8. The rest of them would be looking to, you know, try and crash in, be an upset. We've got our head-to-head match graphic, and it's very important because the teams that we've kind of had in these graphics continue to do well. Every single night that we featured these teams, they've done exceptionally well. For Archangel Predator from the Philippines, definitely a team that left a lot on the table, I think was fair to say, Russell. A team that can certainly frag out. Maybe at times placement points can be something that they're not always the best at, but we know how good they are, and it would be a travesty to not have them in the grand final.
I've said this before, but when you put AAP up against the rest of the APAC region, they can look a little bit mediocre, but their peak is certainly one that's able to contend with the best in APAC.
Yeah, at one point for the group stage, they were only averaging 3 kills a game. They averaged over 6 in PCR2, topping that entire tournament. Even though they only finished 4th in the Challenger Rumble, they still had the most kills. So again, kind of highlighting this is a team that can absolutely frag out. That placement points is probably their issue. So, you know, you pick up, what did they get? 63 points in the group stage. They missed out by 23 points. That probably is more to do with the fact that they just couldn't quite get their frag game going. Another team that also couldn't quite have the performance they would have liked in the group stage, it's Day Trade Gaming. They just missed out by 20 points. I say just, to be fair, again, that last game for Cerberus, it's going into it, Day Trade were actually in that 8th spot. So one game was the difference, and that game, though, happened 4 times over because the first 4 matches of the group stage, Day Trade only picked up one singular point. That's right, 4 matches in, they had 1 point. At that point in time, all the other teams were 10 plus, so they were solo on just the 1 point. But from them, they did turn it around. After that, they were able to pick up 53 points on their second night, which, had they had even an average night of 30, would have probably got them into that top 8. So for a team of this caliber, it is a little surprising that they're here. But the good news is, Russell, that they've turned their form around and actually have some really good form coming into the LCQ.
Yeah, I was going to say as well, you have to pay attention. If you've been paying attention, then you would have noticed that Nurans is now the IGL over Putriz. So that's something to note when you change IGLs. You can expect a drop in form. Hopefully, though, in last chance qualifiers, they can find some form.
Our map order for tonight, unchanged. We begin with Erangel, then we go over to Tago, Vikendi, and close with Miramar. So no changes at all from the group stage here, which is good for the teams. Completely familiar environment as they look to come into the last chance qualifiers with no difference, and really not much time since that group stage night. They should all be pretty much ready to go. I can't imagine any of them would be feeling out of place here, or as if they don't have to practice. Maybe only day trade, because they have obviously changed to IGLs, and we didn't get to see them 2 nights ago, Russell, as they did not play on that final night. So depending on what they've gotten up to in that time, from the news that did come out regarding that IGL change, it basically happened after night 1. Now, I don't know if that was only just when they announced it. Maybe the change had already happened prior. We're not too privy to that information, but clearly does give day trade, 2 or 3 days there, which they weren't playing. Maybe they did some scrims. Maybe they kind of worked on some things, and I'm curious to see how they go tonight.
I was going to say, one of the other things to note about these maps is, I believe, unless I'm incorrect, going into tomorrow, we switch it up and we start with Miramar instead of Erangel. Unless I'm incorrect, but I'm pretty sure that's what we're doing tomorrow.
Yeah, I believe that is the case. It'll kind of be that rolling order. We go to Miramar, and then we stay on Miramar, and then close on Erangel tomorrow night, which that is something to reiterate. There's only 12 matches, and yeah, it doesn't really change anything, but there's only 12 matches. It's not a lot when we think about, looking to qualify top 8. When you kind of go back and look at the group stage, we only played the 12 matches. A couple of the teams there, they had some shaky nights. The team that qualified, though, with the worst night was Cerberus, 25 points on 1 night, but it then required them to go and get 61 points on the second night to then make it in. So, clearly you do want to try and have 2 good nights, but actually ExoClan also had technically a 23-point night, but they started with 66, so they would have felt quite comfortable that they maybe relaxed a little on that final night. So the only teams that really were, I think, consistent on both nights, Biruman, Theraton 5, X-Men were good on both nights, Fury did enough on both nights, Purple were good enough as well. So really Exo, Cerberus, they were able to both qualify with having an average night. So we won't be crossing any teams off tonight, but clearly you do want to start well, as it does give you a good benefit. In fact, every single team that played on day 1, only one team that missed out that had over 40 points was New Generation. As we know, they got 37 points from their first 2 games, and then from that point onward, they really struggled. In fact, they had tied lowest points on a given night, just 12, which was with Arctic. So that's how bad their second night was. So a couple of teams to look at, but all for the wrong reasons. We'll touch on New Generation, we'll touch on Day Trade, all of those and more after the break when we come back for game number 1 here of the Last Chance Qualifiers.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Feeling a little bit salty about that one, because that was so clean from Akita and Monty, but Theraton 5. If they get away with this.
Hang on, this nade, we didn't quite follow it immediately, and it's amazing from Akita.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map And make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapons dealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover thread. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in this tech-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a Battle Ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Oh, we live. We're back. We're actually just starting straight up. Didn't even realize.
He said going in hot, dude. You gotta be ready.
I think they started without us, Russell. I think they were ready to get going. Do apologize.
They must have been.
We're all a little bit shaketh and shooken as we get into this game. Hey, it's match 1 of the last chance qualifiers, down to 16. And look at that leaderboard. It's all shrunk now. 8 teams are gone for all the good reasons. They've all qualified for the grand finals. 8 more looking to join them, and then obviously if you make bottom 8, then well, that's it. Your tournament's done.
Yeah, if you make bottom 8, then I mean, yeah, as we discussed, you get that 1 grand, but you'd like to double it up and make the top 16. I wonder as well if we go into today, because there's a chance that some of these guys are going to be eliminated, whether or not people will opt to go for a hot drop or you know, try and mess with the team. Although we didn't see that in the group stage, which I was honestly kind of disappointed by. Although that said, going into this as well, because I think it's so top heavy, we probably won't see anyone do that, and we're probably just going to have a very, I don't want to say this, but we might have an average lobby.
Okay, that's a little bit toxic. I don't think you can say that, to be honest. That's
no, I mean,
rude.
like in terms of gameplay, right? Like we probably won't see too many hot drops by the end of the 12 games that we've played. The leaderboard is going to look quite like normal. Like it's going to be a leaderboard you're familiar with. You're going to look at that and you're going to go, okay, well maybe there isn't too much different with that than there would be. No, I'm not talking about the quality of teams at all. I reckon this is going to be an exciting lobby. It's last chance qualifiers. We're going to see some crazy stuff, man. Don't get me wrong.
I will say, whenever we get these kind of 12 match, a little bit of RNG involved, you're going to get probably 1 or 2 teams with an expectation to do well that do miss out, as Day Trade have well, seemingly got into a fight with Dankoa Gaming. Only Smell remains. Someone got knocked with the Uzi by Flash, and Smell's out in the middle of the road with an org in hand. Well, it's a 1 versus 1. Flash surely doesn't win this with Uzi, unless Smell just likes to push him up close, and then maybe the Uzi is a little bit better. And Smell might just do that. Oh, Flash does get a tag.
He's out of
ammo. Is he out of ammo?
Yeah.
I think he might be. Well, he is looting, but I don't know if he's got the correct loot.
Oh, he's going to try it.
I don't think that hit. I don't think that connected. He's dead. They're out. Well, they got 2 kills. But it's better than their first 4 matches of group stage. Can't believe I'm saying it. They actually doubled the amount of points they got in the 4 matches of group stage, but not the start that Daytrade wanted. And this is what I'm saying, Russell. Like, it's only 12 games. It's not a lot. This is not like grand finals, which is 24, double the amount of games. And you need to make top 8. But clearly for Daytrade, I think they'll be more than good enough that this is just kind of a bit of a blip. But yeah, weird spot. Why are they both dropping Ferry Pier? Is that just going for vehicle drops or something?
Could have been a vehicle drop, and then they both ended up in the glass, and that's kind of how it was. Everyone just called that, you know, they want to have to group up on that building because that's how it happened. I don't know. Maybe it was I don't think it was a pre-organized hot drop, but
DK go for a 3 split. So they play Ferry Pier yellows on the cliff, and then they play the quads on Soz Island. Big split, apparently. That's their drop split. But anyway, so they've elected to take all of that.
It could have been a pre-organized hot drop. Maybe not, although it did kind of look like that with all 4 ending up, or all 8, sorry, ending up at that one building.
I don't see Daytrade. For those unaware, of course, teams do like to, you know, say where they're dropping prior. We get a little bit of privy information to that. I can't see Daytrades. So...
that's what makes me think it's potentially pre-organized.
Oh, no, sorry, I can't. No, they've actually, no, I'm sorry, I'll take that back. They did, and actually put it before DK, and they've just said Ferry. So both of them have got Ferry listed. Clearly, though, one's being a bit more greedy than the other, because for Daytrade, they've just got it listed as Ferry Pier. You probably branch over towards, like, Lighthouse side, etc. But DK are getting very aggressive there with wanting to take the quads on Soz, probably the yellow as well, and then the yellows on the cliff, and also Ferry Pier. And clearly they've just, you know, collided.
Yeah. Well, if you're a team that loots Ferry Pier, you want to split it generally. So you'd have 2 in Ferry Pier, and then you'd want to go for those yellows just south of the quads you mentioned. And then maybe if you're lucky with the lobby you get, you would also take that quad compound, or you would stretch further to, say, the compound in between Ferry Pier and Primorsk. You want to do a spread, because if you end up 4 stuck in Ferry Pier, I mean, the loot's just not enough to begin with, but you also don't get as many cars, and the positioning can be kind of messy to play with as well.
The Expendables with their 6-man roster. Dalwin coming in. Is that the first time we've seen Dalwin? I know we've seen Brownie.
I don't think it's the first time we've seen him.
Yeah, he's probably gone in at some point. They've really utilized the entire roster. We've seen Duck Juice, 777, Tanvu. I think they've been like the big 3. I think we've seen Dalwin and Brownie kind of rotating that other spot. I think there's also one more. It's Ninja 2K as well. We've definitely seen Ninja 2K. We've definitely seen Brownie, and now we've definitely seen Dalwin. So I mean, credit to them, Ross. They find a way to use a 6-man roster. It's not just there for show. Sometimes there's teams, like if you go and look at Liquipedia for certain tournaments, and they've actually got like listed 5 to 6 players, and they never use them though. These guys actually use all 6 players, like on a regular basis. They've done it back in the Vietnam series. They're doing it again here. Yeah, I don't know about that. I feel like it's almost too much change and hard to get synergy between a core 4.
Yeah, synergy is such a valuable thing in a game like PUBG when you go from map to map. I mean, we've seen Korean teams change IGLs out and players out, going from map to map in international tournaments as well, and they've kind of pulled it off. But I've never really seen it as something super valuable. I think just getting a strong core 4 and maintaining that kind of, like you said, synergy across all the maps is super, super, super valuable. And yeah, doing 6, I feel like that's a bit too much. 5 is okay if you want to, change IGLs, or even change maybe one player is more confident on Erangel than Miramar. I think that's manageable. I don't know if it's optimal. I haven't really been on a team where that's happened, but it's definitely interesting to see how it pans out. And I mean, they're in last chance quals, so maybe it's not super ideal off the bat.
55 points for Unicorn Cyber in the group stage. Not enough to obviously get them into the top 8. They've shown some good signs. Good dance to Pal. for Destroy. I think a team that's got some real quality. So Chu comes in for Demon. I thought Demon was actually playing quite well. I'm a little surprised with this. It might just be a one-off. Not too sure. Demon top fragged back in the Vietnam series of 4 at the end of last year for the respective team, and I thought he was actually maybe their best player without going too in-depth in the stats, just off face value and the feel of what we were seeing from them. I mean, I could quickly go and have a little look-see, and I might just do that. But yeah, surprising down. I'm not too sure if that is, you know, like a personal issue. Hard to say. I am looking at the stats, and I was wrong. He actually bot fragged. Damn it. I think you did something the other day that was quite similar to that. I can't remember who you were talking about. It might have even been Demon. I'm not even sure, but sometimes isn't that weird about PUBG? I feel like more than any other game, you can feel as if a player is actually playing quite well, bringing value, and then you go look at the stats and you're like, oh.
Well, there's two Vietnam series that happened last year, and I'm pretty sure I looked at the correct one. I could be wrong. I'm talking
about group stage. I'm saying for the group stage. I'm saying I thought he played well in the group stage, and the stats say otherwise. I mean, he played basically the same as actually Sapow and Destroyer. It was who that really franked out, had 70 kills. Oh, it's Deltamix on the road. Otian gets knocked out. Teddy headshot to Shinosuke, who was trying to get some shots. Nosh, I don't think we're expecting this. Bit of a roadblock that they've entered into and may not be able to make it out of. Nobu, half health, or maybe even just a little bit below, as Haribo also gets away. But that's 2 for free from the future. We'll happily collect and pay the tax, will Nosh, to get past that roadblock. From Capybara of Pixel Stars, but yeah, from the future, get the 2 free kill points and a good start for them. Certainly a team that I would be expecting by the end of this last chance qualifiers to make it into the top 8. Really solid outfit.
Yep. Yeah, you'd think so. And unfortunately, the woes for Japan continue. Pixel Stars on the north as well, being quite cheeky up here on Everest, and they've taken shots now as well. Previously, they were an unknown factor in this, and they could have got maybe a surprise steal on one of those knocks or something like that. But now they are known, and Hoop KDR, all the way up on top of Everest, is making sure that Pixel Stars go away. But it doesn't look like they're going to go away. FTF the rest of them as well. Man coming in with a teammate there, going to commit to this. If you're from the future, I mean, this is just a momentum play. You've already got 2 kills on a rotating team. Who KDR's got the info that is probably not all 4 of Pixel Stars. That is some real aggression, though, from Deltamix. Maybe, potentially, it was just a bait, but man didn't get anything off the back of that, and Deltamix is going to lose his life for it. Thankfully, Teddy's back there to trade him out, and now there's just 1 left for Pixel Stars to worry about. Capybara's back there, off in the background. Maybe he can cause some distraction, but that wasn't ideal from Deltamix at all.
Here comes Zhao Feng, though, to just try and even up the numbers a little bit for Pixel Stars. RKS closed. Teddy can't peek, so RKS is pretty much safe. I don't see a world in which he dies, unless it's a wonderful nade like that from Teddy. I'll eat my words. As he eats that nade, there's nothing the bullets from a Mini 14 can do to stop that. That's a wonderful nade from Teddy. Underarm on the head, gets the knock, and Zhao Feng just got into a really good position. Love that flank from him. Top of Everest, pushing down, should eventually get good sightlines onto FTF. Capybara just has to try and stay alive. But Zhao Feng can't push beyond this rock, Russell. If he pushes forward, he's just going to be out in the open, as evident by those shots. Already half health as soon as he got spotted. RKS flushed by Nobu. Nosh actually stealing the kill away from Teddy, despite his wonderful nade. He gets no credit.
Well, Nosh have to come back here and get something done if they notice a fight like this. A bit of revenge, but it's also a bit of, you know, scavenging those points. I mean, they lost 2 on that rotate. Nothing to lose now. You may as well come back. Zhao Feng does go down. Another nade from Teddy, the top fragger for Challenger Rumble 2. Doing more work here. That's 3 to his name now. And even Capybara on that backside. You could see it was a fight. He didn't want to commit to it all. He's running up that hill, incredibly exposed on the way up. And then he's taking like 75% damage as well on the way up too. It's just not an ideal fight for Pixel Stars to take. But they had to get it done. They already had 2 players here without a car, might I add. Maybe that's the mistake. Having 2 players of Pixel Stars on Everest without a fallback plan probably cost them there.
To having a look at that circle, and it's pretty central. Nothing too crazy to worry about. We go back to Hoang F and Smell for Dankai Gaming after that initial fight over towards Ferry. They are about to drive by Armory Gaming. Not too sure if they're looking at their direction. Doesn't look like it. A couple of shots, but that's a very fast-moving vehicle. Smell half health, but Sublimes gets by AG, who were, of course, one of the teams, Russell. You think back to the final night of groups, they were right in it. With the likes of Cerberus, yeah, they were very good. But just fell short. Couldn't win that battle at the warehouse on Miramar. And Dynasty actually catches smell. That's a great shot. Wonderful shot. Because that Darcy had gotten pretty far away, moving high speeds. He gets the knockout. To be fair, Smell was half health, but still had to hit that shot. And eventually, Dankoa Gaming do go out. 4 points collected from them through their 4 kills. Minute and a half until phase 3. 12 minutes in, and the lobby's already down to 49 alive. Not too surprised. It's first night with these particular 16 teams. And so everyone has to also get a feel for each other. First kind of game jitters as well. Get that out of the way. We had that hot drop at Ferry Pier. So it does kind of summarize as to why we've lost so many players and teams this early. 5 kills for FTF. Great start for them.
Could also be going the direction of, I mean, you probably see it as this tournament or this stage goes on, but a lot of teams are probably just going to opt to go for high kill points and then maybe have the placements as secondary, because all they really want to do is get into that top 8, secure that, and then they can just kind of call it a day. If FTF is going to continue putting themselves in spots where they're going to catch teams on rotates, then that's a very valid strategy. You can really kind of just change it up. In a spot like this, in a lobby like this, where you know that 8 of the strongest contenders are now out, if you're a competent team, or a confident team at that, you can put yourself in a spot to just kind of get a couple kills on rotates and then play your normal game after that. So I think that's probably what FTF's going to do. I mean, we know they have an affinity for frags, so not surprised, but I'm wondering if any other team is going to opt for that kind of strategy.
Yeah, good start from Teddy. Top fragged at PCR 2-4 from the future, a team that, of course, we're able to finish first place in that Challenger Rumble. Just barely, but it doesn't matter if it's just barely.
They were helped out.
Yeah, they certainly were. Oh, that's a wonderful circle. Boy. Phase 3 over towards the Rossi River. I swear to God, we've had this circle like 2 days ago. This exact same circle, bit of Roshawk, bit of Watertown. Obviously, we know where...
Fury 1.
Yeah. We know where this goes. It just goes hard south on the next shift. Yeah, we had this exact circle. I think it's a little bit more northern. It's like a bit more, but it is going to play the exact same phase 4. 4-man bow in a good position. Playing those ridges out in the fields just north of the compounds of Pachinki. Expendables in a good spot as well that they can play out of. As Van Nee is going to be knocked down for New Generation. Well, they're a team that has to be watched, Russell. I keep saying it, 37 points in the first 2 games. You weren't even there for that night. You actually have not seen these guys play well at all. Like, that's it. You've seen them get like 70 points. Chain call on the backside. It's Rays pushing up on the Rossi Hill. There's more there that are close by. Riz is there for Armory Gaming. Completely undone, caught off guard. No idea. He wasn't even suspicious that someone could be that close. Unfortunate for Armory Gaming, one of the top teams from the group stage. That's in the last chance calls. Lose a player like that early. FW Esports, though, they need to find some form early. Dynasty tries to fight back, playing the low ground. Shanks got one, but Dynasty eventually knocks. Shanks isn't going to be able to get any more. That's a clean sweep from FW Esports, and the kind of gunplay that we never got to see from them in the group stage for a team that fragged so hard back in the Thai series. Missed out on PGC by 1.1 game. That's what they're capable of, and Rays, he was able to start it off.
That was quick from both Armory and FW as well. FW came from the east and went straight up to that Water Tower Hill. And then Armory Gaming as well. You see them go into those bowls under Roshawk, and it's always a nervous moment when teams do that, because you know just how exposed they are and just how limited kind of maneuvers they have available to them. But credit to Armory Gaming, they also ran straight up to Water Tower Hill. When they knew everyone else was going to be rotating around them, they knew that that was the smart play to do. They did it. Unfortunately, because they were so low in that valley, they had no information to the east. They were basically arrived at the same time as FW, but FW were just that, 1 or 2 seconds quicker. And then, of course, Armory Gaming just gets ripped apart based off the fact that they don't have Water Tower Hill.
40 seconds away from phase 4, which will hard shift down to the south. Let's see who's going to really benefit from this phase 4. RXE and the Expendables playing in those rated R18 compounds. 4-man bow out in the ridges. I feel like that has to be their official names, Russell.
It has to be. We just have to get permission or the...
Nah, just rated R.
The go from PUBG, like, yeah, we just
call them the rated R compounds. I think that's just the best way to go about it. I never thought of that in my entire career. I've always just called them the compounds north of Pachinki.
Yeah, just to be safe.
Just to be
Yeah,
safe.
yeah.
But there's
Well,
one team-
you have mini potch. That one you can safely call.
I guess if you really want to, but let's be honest,
Yeah.
it's not mini potch, is it? All right, over to Ruins. We've got a couple of teams. Archangel Predator, one of them, one of our highlighted teams. We'll see if they can get our blessing. All of the teams that we've highlighted so far this tournament, they've all been blessed. And it doesn't really go like hard south, does it? It doesn't really do its job properly. All of Watertown is still in. Roshawk cut in half. You can play the hill school a little bit in as well, which will be beneficial for NGE. And that's going to be Archangel Predator, though, out in the open in one of the more rare occasions where, if you think about Erangel, this kind of hilly terrain where it's like up and down, you got these ridges, but then look at how flat it can also be, makes it so difficult. Smoke usage is going to be so pivotal for those teams out towards the western side of the circle.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think maybe the job for a lot of the teams on the western side is just to survive. You can see Unicorn Cyber there. Right now, they're one of the teams in the driving seat. But FTF and one of the Notch Solars as well in Haribo is just to their north. And so for Unicorn Cyber, it could all fall apart very quickly. But for AAP, I mean, they've just got to survive.
Yeah, I'm watching from the future, and they've just kind of sent, well, their, I think, trio into Watertown. I like that play. Yeah. You can kind of just like circumnavigate your way through water. I know obviously Newhouse are there as well, but your options in terms of these fields, which, you know, the Expendables are just barely in, but you kind of look at what was happening earlier at Unicorn, AAP, where those fights are happening and where these teams are kind of looking in their direction. They're not even in the circle. They actually have to come even closer. They're already expending smokes. Like, AAP is not in there. That's not in.
Yeah.
They're not in. They have to come over that hill. They're going to come down. Arctics, which you can just kind of see their name tags below the scope of 777. They're just barely in. What just happened there? Destroy has destroyed his teammate.
That had to be an absolutely disastrous crossfire between these two warehouses. That's the only thing I can think of, but I feel like they've kind of been blessed that they've come out of that not really super worse off. They kind of maintain control, they maintain man advantage against FTF until that happens, but we're not on that fight at the moment. Here we are. Teddy, we sang his praise, but pushing into a warehouse like this, it's a tall task. I think he's just the last man left now as well.
In fairness to From the Future, they actually got hit just before Unicorn Cyber. Unicorn Cyber then pushed in behind them. All those teams from Ruins electing to go into Watertown. The only one that didn't was AAP, who were a bit south of that, so they probably didn't feel like they could actually push in. So they're trying to fight Arctics while they're getting shot at by the Expendables. Unicorn, well, I don't know if that's going to be revived. So Powell's bleeding pretty quickly. Blue's already there, not in a good position. Expendables have pushed out. You can actually see, look at that map. Look at Darkjuice's positioning right next to AAP. They are absolutely abusing the southwestern part of the circle, knowing full well that no one's shooting the backside of them. So let's just push up, clear out these teams out in the blue, gatekeep them, and collect the points, because otherwise AAP and Arctics will probably take each other out. Darkjuice loses the battle for Evil Patrick. Good shot for him. And AAP trying to pick up some points where possible here in what's a very tricky situation. But the Expendables, they are going to clean up.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think Duckjuice expected that. With Arctics and AAP being so close to each other, he's probably not expecting one of either of those teams to peek over and focus on him. But a good call from the member of AAP to get that done. Arctics is screwed. A molly behind the car, close to Blue. That was easy. Now the next focus is AAP, who, to be fair, got their own ridge. A headshot from the Org. Delwyn could have got that done. A little bit of a miss. Maybe the QE lean spam cost him that 1v1 there. Or it could have saved him, to be fair. Either way. TE, they do luckily get that res onto Duckjuice. They can make this push if they wanted to. There's not really anyone behind them. They have 7-7 in the compound as well in Mini-Potch to make sure that there's no one that's going to flank them. And I don't even think they have to be worried about Newhouse or anyone else on top of Water Tower Hill or anything like that. You just look to Duckjuice right. There's a hill there. They can use that hill to LOS anyone to their right, anyone to their east, and get this done. But they're being a little bit conservative right now.
Yep. Over 20 minutes now elapsed. First game. In total. Clean from Darwin. Expendables as well haven't lost a single player, playing the edge perfectly too as they pushed out of their compound towards this location. And honestly, from here, they could look to gatekeep him coming out of Watertown as well.
Yeah.
Pixel Star's gone in 10th, so the next team out will be the last team to not collect any placement points from this opening match. 5 of the 6 kills to Darwin. And you got Brownie to choose from, Ninja 2K to choose from. They've gone with Darwin tonight, at least for this game, and he has paid dividends. Maybe they have like an internal rule where it's like if you frag, you stay in. So it's kind of like king of the hill, but for a team, a competitive team. Well, battle over towards water. I don't care if it's called Boatyard, it'll always be Watertown to me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I want to see more teams play in there, but...
Neil T just tried to panzer Evil Patrick, didn't work. I mean, he did actually tag him, get him quite low, but Neil was not successful enough to get the knock, to get the elimination on the solo player for AAP. So Evil Patrick will benefit with that kill. Darwin knocked, as I've just given him praise and sung his praises by Thanahead of RXC, Rapsiak Esport. There was a fan page, apparently, that was, I don't know, laughing at me and Jordan, maybe, because we said that they looked pretty good back on day one. I don't know if they were laughing. I don't know if they were impressed. Certainly a bit of fun, bit of banter, as there goes AAP. No placement points for them, just the 2 kills, and in the end, not really blessed by our head-to-head matchup, and neither were Daytrade. Maybe it's turned into a curse for the last chance calls. Newhouse are very about to go out here. PMA. Oh!
Never mind.
T1 706. I swear, I almost thought he was going to kill Pete.
Yeah. Look at his HP, man.
Yeah, look how low he was. That was a decent effort from 1076. 17, I don't know, lots of numbers and a T in there somewhere. Haribo goes out for Nosh. It's all happening here for the first game of Erangel and last chance quals. Phase 6 we go. Goes down to the south, right onto 4-man Bow. Little fun fact, they won the very first game of Erangel this tournament back in the group stage. Could they repeat it to begin the last chance quals?
They're in a spot that is very hard to win from in a circle like this. If you're a competitive PUBG player, you probably played here in the last couple of years. It's just difficult. I mean, you can see how difficult it is just by the fact that they're not peeking anyone. They don't have any control right now. As soon as that compound just to their south leaves, the R-rated compound, they push up to those ridges and they have full control over 4-man Bow. If 4-man Bow want to peek up and defend themselves from RXE, they're going to get shot at by Watertown Hill to their north. There's not much that 4-man Bow can do here, but just survive until the circle blesses them or messes with the teams around them in a very specific way to allow them to survive. PMA on their north as well. Multiple problems for 4-man Bow to deal with here. Although that said, enough smokes and enough car cover, it can be enough chaos to allow 4-man Bow to survive. And if New Generation's going to move into a spot like this and gate camp FW, that it might give 4-man Bow a little bit of a reprieve from that northern pressure.
Yeah, they'll need all of the reprieve that they can find. NGE, it's Hakai and Hung Fong Do that can't get past Vinisu, who's come in for Rapsiak Esports. Although, hello, Fap and Van, they're able to get at least something onto FW. Van trying to play off with the Darcy that's slowly moving up the hill as well. Fap and Van, last 2 standing for New Generation. Still no kills for them, but at least a couple of placement points will come their way. 2 so far to be exact. There's their first kill of the last chance quals. Points that they desperately need. Performance that they absolutely must have to turn their fortunes around, because it's been in the dumps since basically the first 2 games. Pete and Jervis eliminated for PMA. They'll go out in 6th place. For them, just the 2 kills, so 4 points overall, down to 5 teams remaining. NGE with that get another placement point, so they rocket up into the top 6. 5 of the current top 6 still alive in this game. No surprise, because it's, well, game 1.
Yeah. You can see it getting closer and closer. I mean, you saw in the kill feed there as well, a couple knocks onto 4-man Bow. That was a nice headshot onto Bot Fluke. Nice attempt to get some damage done from him. He does eventually get one of his kills onto NGE, but he copped a headshot just for that little peek as well. You can see how many players are looking in that direction. RXE, though, I suppose their next focus is 4-man Bow, but they also know of TE's existence. So do FW as well. 8 kills to their name. So far, that was maybe a little bit too greedy. Raze, you hate those moments when you go prone and you see that you're just not covered. Good car cover, though. They're not going to use it to block Raze because I think he's safe. That, well, he can't be standing up to do a boost. This spot is playable, but barely. And you can see they're out as well. Maybe the only cover they have left is the crate in front of them. I think their probably next destination is to push up onto 4-man Bow. And this is our top 4. So 4-man Bow, I'll keep mentioning their name because they're a pivotal factor in the rest of this game. RXE, I believe they're now making their push. You can see all the smokes coming out from RXE. No smokes so far from 4-man Bow, but no more northern pressure for 4-man Bow. FW, they're weak and battered right now. So these are the peaks that 4-man Bow need to make, and that's good damage to start it off.
I mean, Ray doesn't even have a smoke grenade anyway. Vinisu's got 1. He's going to throw that out now. for Rapsiak. 6, 7, 8, 9. There's not really that many left. BalLRP's got 3 still, despite how many that they've thrown out. Right, so he's getting aggressive. That's a really good early defense, though, on the push from FW. Can he get a second?
Oh,
he
yes.
can. He got both of them, but by doing so, he's on the top of that little ridge, and he's being susceptible to RXE, and immediately Thanahan was able to put a couple of shots into his back. He did get knocked, traded in response, but I just feel as if 4-man Bo are pretty close to losing this one. Down to Rayra. Went prone, and Vinisu didn't spot him. Molotov to try and finish Rafsu. He's pushed up close. Rayra, he fell back with the AUG. He couldn't find the angle that he was looking for. And that might have been his opportunity. Full flash, doesn't have much in response because he's by himself. 4-man Bo wiped out. Really well played from Rapsiak Esports. Memes or not, they've looked really solid this game. They've been a team that's done a lot of fighting back in the group stage. They're ready for this. They get the revival to Thanahan, and now they're in with a chance to find the win against the Expendables.
Expendables took their time. They didn't come out until all the fighting was over. Then they played it smart. They took out FW, and this is a very, very doable 2v4. I say that, and 6, 7, 8, 9 makes his presence known, and a nade as well onto 7, 7, 7. This is a complete RXC at the moment. All 4 alive, all 4 pushing straight towards 7, 7, 7, who doesn't even have a chance to heal. And RXE, they played that game exactly how they should, and they come away with the win.
Certainly a very impressive performance for Rapsiak Esports, the Kitten Clowns from Vietnam, with a significant win. 9 kills as well to boot. And for a team that we always thought back on day one, me and Jordan, they had some good scraps. They looked all right. They basically, the first 4 or 5 games of that night, Russell, they were fighting as much as they possibly could. Weren't really always winning them, but they were scrappy. They had some fun, and I thought they were a really good, entertaining team. They couldn't quite translate that into wins, into a good performance, until now to begin the last chance quals and talk about the best time to do it. 11 more matches, the dream start.
Well, I mean, that circle is very telegraphed for a lot of players. If you're in that compound, you kind of know how it's going to play out. You just kind of have to take advantage of all the third-party chaos that's going to come your way when the teams on the north crash to the waves in the south, and RXE played it perfectly. I think maybe it was a little bit dodgy, and 4-man Bo put up a good defense, especially against FW. That Ryusei play was insane and very necessary, but not enough in the end. RXE kept the numbers up, and well, TE were weakened from earlier on, so it was pretty easy from there.
Shout out to Vinisu as well, who came in from the substitute position, replacing Kobe for that game. He had a tremendous performance. It's Rapsiak Esports with the first chicken dinner of the last chance qualifiers. We'll go to a break and come back. Erangel on the other side.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
Feeling a little bit salty about that one because that was so clean from Akita and Monty, but there it's on 5. Get away
Hang on, this nade, we didn't quite follow it immediately, and it's amazing from Akita.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapons dealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in this tech-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a Battle Ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Feeling a little bit salty about that one because that was so clean from Akita and Monty, but there it's on 5. If they get away with this.
Hang on, this nade, we didn't quite follow it immediately, and it's amazing from Akita.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapons dealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match, and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in the stack-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a Battle Ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Russell was, of course, over towards Ferry Pier. Daytrade and Dankoa Gaming. Again, they both publicly put their drop spots in. I guess neither of them just had a look. Or they both wanted to go for the contest.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
I don't know if there was any scrims yesterday for the LCQ teams. I don't see anything from where I would get the information. So I don't know if that actually ended up happening. I'm trying to take a second look, but it doesn't seem like I can find it. Sure. So I think they've just put drop spots in. It's like people drop, they drop. And I don't know if Dankoa Gaming actually would have been anticipating Daytrade to commit to that. But to be fair, Daytrade did actually put Ferry Pier in first. So there's our map schedule for today. 1 down, 5 to go. RXE, the Clown Kitties, getting the first win on the board. 19 points, a very solid effort. It's always funny with PUBG, Russ. Those 19 points from that one game, eclipsing by +4 all of night 1 for RXE back in groups.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just get those circles where the decisions kind of come your way and you end up with 19 points. If maybe they were a higher caliber team, maybe your TE or your Cerberus or something like that, from that position, you could see them easily getting a 10+ kill win or something like that, because I feel like those teams are going to be more capable of maybe spreading out and potentially splitting that R-rated compound or even getting quicker. Maybe if they had been quicker on their push, they would have been able to kill 4-man bow, then clean up a little bit of FW, and then finally finish off onto TE. But they played it correctly, I think, in my eyes, so can't really criticize.
Let's get into the second game of the Asia Super Cup Last Chance Qualifiers. It's a Western Plain path, but again, with the changes a while back regarding the circle, doesn't mean we will go this way. I feel like a plain path such as this, back in the day, this would have been like a Gatka Fields or Georgia Paul. Outside of that, probably unlikely to have gone many other places. Sure, maybe over towards Watertown as well. But here, it can now go anywhere. One thing we have not had so far for this event, we haven't got a Sosnovka Island, Russ.
Yeah, that's a big disappointment, actually. On a plane like this, though, you have multiple teams dropping. If it was back in the day, then these teams would be dropping because there's a chance that it goes Sosnovka Island, and they want to be there just in case it does. But now I think it's just because the plane path's over it. FW want to get to their loot spot. There's plenty of room on the island itself to fit AAP and 4-man bow. So, yeah, they're going to do that anyway. But, yeah, I'd like to see one, because I think something that, if we're looking at, micro strategies, one of the things I always like to see is how teams handle the West and the East Bridge. Because it's always, okay, never mind. Now you're really starting to think that this was an organized hot drop, or...
No, it's just no one wants to give it up. Daytrade have lost again. Yeah. Wow. Well, I mean, Dankoa Gaming, again, to be fair, put this drop second, right? So Daytrade may actually say, well, we put it in first. And the other thing I'll say as well is Daytrade only put in Ferry to be specific. Dankoa Gaming could have easily, knowing full well that they're coming here, played the yellows, even gone and played the quads down at SOS, and they have elected not to.
Yeah. Yep.
As we actually do get at Gatka Fields. Ironically, as I was saying before, it doesn't have to go here anymore, and of course it just goes right over Gatka Fields. But that's massive. That was even more clean because they haven't lost a single player. Daytrade go down to 2 points now from the 2 games. I mean, they've got to be a little bit careful. The good thing about this is they've got all 8 slots, right?
Yeah.
If we think to the end of the group stage, it came down to 2 or 3 slots being realistic, but all 8 slots right now are very much open, and they can start a little slow, make their way back in. That's fine, but they also have already shown back in the group stage that if you elect to start slow, you're then rushing your last day. It's not going to be fun. Now, the other thing as well, you can make an IGL change. That's not going to matter in a hot drop scenario like this. You're just electing to go here, and at that point, it's just guns blazing. You got to be a little bit better. Danko Gaming just better on the drop, got the guns. They were able to win that pretty comfortably.
Yeah, better, luckier, whatever it was, you risk it when you do a hot drop like that. And yeah, I think you have to wonder for Day Trade and for Danko as well, do either of these guys, I mean, it wouldn't be Danko at this point, it would be Day Trade. Do they just want to kind of back off from this and go play those yellows?
We're done with Erangel today, so...
Oh, true, you're right. Well, for tomorrow, either way, if they do continue to do it in tomorrow, now I'm actually wondering whether they're going to kind of spite hot drop on Miramar or any of the other maps. But yeah, going back into Erangel tomorrow, if they do continue, do Day Trade just give it up and go play the yellows? If so, do Danko loot up Fairy Pier and come over and try to kill them? How deep does it go with this hot drop? How committed are these guys to wanting Fairy Pier for what is now a total of 2 more games? That's the thing. There's only 2 more Erangels. How much do you really care about it to commit and lose all 4, or potentially just lose members on either team?
Yeah, I think you're right. We'll see if that does happen tomorrow. Poor Day Trade for now, though. They may as well start practicing their Tego and Vikendi. That's where they and us will be heading to after this game of Erangel. Archangel Predator getting themselves a pickup. Man, we've really put the curse on these 2 teams. Bottom 4 after start today. Coming all the way from C block military base, and they'll be able to go straight to the Gatka fields.
Lots of options as well. Can fit on really any of the pieces of terrain in the center of this circle or compounds. You just kind of have to be very quick on the scout from the sky, which can be hard. I'm sure AAP can do it. I mean, even if they ended up a little bit more south playing on Llama or something like that, that would be totally fine. And that's something you know, from the sky you can scout is totally clean as well. Right now, Arctics have just passed over it, and you can see them here getting very close to Unicorn Cyber. Something tells me Unicorn Cyber know of Arctic's existence, but it's not mutual. Carly's looking this way as you would, but maybe not entirely aware of just how close Unicorn Cyber is. And maybe Unicorn Cyber want this compound. Not really ideal if you already have these Gaku compounds here, but if they want to stay on this hill for phase 1 and see if they can get a cheeky knock onto Arctics pushing up onto that exact hill right there and scouting, as Arctics would usually do, I mean, it's totally in Unicorn Cyber's power to take advantage of that.
There was another pickup system used over towards Petrinki. I think there's the Expendables, but they've opted to go for a regular rotate and send only 1 up above, courtesy of Whodat to show us that. Everyone else has gone via vehicles. I kind of like that, because I think anytime you're playing Gatka fields, you're going to want vehicles for those car fort options late game.
Yeah.
Especially when it can be out in the open. But I also think, yeah, sending 1 via parachute to just kind of scout out in what is going to be very open terrain. Yeah, really good use of the system by the Expendables. They look really clean to start so far tonight in the last chance qualifiers. 15 points from the first match. Good position here. Hopefully just take that compound on the eastern side of the fields. There's a massive logjam in the middle, which Shu has lost his life to Uno 6 of Arctics Gaming. That's going to be their first point, and that means everyone now has a point.
Nice. You know, one of the more accomplished Japanese players on this team as well. Longer history than the other players, although Omochi was previously of E36, who I'm sure everyone will recognize. Yuno's got a bit of a task on his hand right now, though. Looks like most of PMA, if not all of them, are coming up this way. Teddy, top fragged for his team, or second fragged overall in the Master League. Coming into this, doesn't matter when you walk into an angle like that. Very well played from Yuno to step out of the building, go back to that window and just watch the only entrance that Teddy could really come from. And he's got his teammates to watch his right as well. So he only really had to worry about that doorway and his left. Well played.
Yeah, team that likes to frag as well. Back in the Japan Championship, coming in as the first seed. Placement points can be their issues, as probably evident why they're in the last chance qualifiers. But we also saw their strength 2 nights ago when they basically thwarted Theraton 5 back on Miramar. A team that, if they can get it on their terms, can certainly do well. I think the issue with a lot of these Japanese teams, and probably the lesser teams at this level, Russell, is when it's not on their terms like this, they do kind of fall rather easily. The Oika, who gets caught by Huang, he is basically the top fragger and usually survives the longest on Arctics Gaming. Nice cover fire from Omochi. Maybe can look to get him up, because they are, I believe, sending over Carly to get that revive, or at least get the pick up and run. And really good cover fire from Omo. This is definitely a team that needs everything to go right for them if they're going to make top 8.
Yeah, agreed. Certainly capable. I feel like with the Japanese teams, maybe it's almost a case of maybe it's similar to OCE in the sense that only a few teams ever really go to the international events, your Sun Sisters, your E36s, and so the teams like Four-Man Bow, Arctics, and the rest of them never really get a chance to compete among the best. So this is kind of a best case scenario because a lot of the Japanese teams, if not all of them, I think that have previously qualified for this, dropped out or opted not to play, whatever it was, moving these 3 teams up. And so now they get a little bit of experience against the big dogs. Unfortunately, they're in last chance, but that doesn't mean this lobby is super weak. I feel like this is a good chance for them to not only prove themselves, but get some good practice in.
Yeah, and to Force and Sun Sister, the 2 big ones. Area 310 as well. Arctics Gaming technically finished 3rd. Only by 4 points below Sun Sister as well, who finished in 2nd. So, yeah, they're right up there. It's not as if this is just some, like, 5th place team that is coming in.
Yeah, good point. Yep.
A very solid outfit in the Japan Championship. Of course, though, yeah, it was a couple of months ago now when it started. In September. What's interesting is it was actually Four-Man Bow that probably did the best out of the Japanese teams in the group stage and won that game to begin on Erangel, night 1, game 1.
Yeah.
But I think Arctics probably have the highest ceiling. We'll see if that can come to fruition. Although Four-Man Bow, again, they got the 8 points. They finished 6th in the Japan Championship. They're not a completely awful team there. They weren't that far behind. I think about 60 points or so, 50, 60 points. And they've looked okay. They've slotted nicely in. 30 seconds till phase 2. Bit of a lull in the action. To be expected with Gaka Fields, it's just too large for phase 1. Too much at offer.
Yeah.
There was that little log jam, like at the hill south of Chopsticks, where teams were kind of vying for that, but you know, whichever teams got there first were able to kind of win it out. Bow or RXE catching Jane, and it's been a horror start for Armory Gaming. Remember, they went into the last game of groups looking to make top 8. They were one of really 3 teams that were contesting for that final spot, and right now, bottom of the group.
They looked like they weren't phased by the pressure on them to qualify for top 8. That's my memory of Armory Gaming. But unfortunately, that's James dead twice in a row, I think. So certainly a team that I feel, I mean, in this spot, if you're looking at LPL_play, which is the map stream, if they get fed in that farm compound, then there's a lot of room for them to do damage this game. They'll have total vision of the field if it does end that way. And for them, I suppose if you're 3 men up, you're certainly hoping it does. TE have slotted nicely into the very center. RXE looking towards Pachinki as well. Banana One has been spotted. So now RXE probably have to think, where do we play? If we play up on Pachinki Hill, then we can only really leave one down at that barn. And that barn's kind of like a leapfrog position for FW if they wanted to assault RXE. But I don't think anyone's going to be doing that right now. Four-Man Bow above Armory in the farm compound. They don't really get too much control on Armory in this compound because, I mean, Armory's entire intent sitting in that compound is to stay there. They're not going to push up unless they realize Four-Man Bow's fighting or something like that. So while Four-Man Bow would like to have some sort of control, maybe an angle to get a cheeky kill onto Armory Gaming, it's not really Armory Gaming's problem right now. And this is the rest of Newhouse Esports, a team that surprised us, I feel like, or did surprisingly well. Maybe not a team we're entirely familiar with. Certainly familiar with Neil T and Long K.
Yeah.
And then Yuda has been very well, or very good in previous events. And had a bit of a highlight yesterday as well. But, I mean, they're a team that surprised us, and I'm expecting them to be top 8.
Yeah, Neil T, of course, having the little stint on NGE back in the day. Or, well, back of last year, if you will. Newhouse, definitely a team that's got the capabilities. They were thereabouts in the conversation. Final day of groups. It was just a matter of can they keep up with those top teams. Yeah, probably just couldn't quite. But is there a world in which they can make top 8? 100% here in LCQ. More than capable. Yeah, you mentioned Long K, probably the most accomplished player on the roster. Attacks over towards Unicorn Cyber, as is really Gaka Fields. It's almost a bit like Miramar at times where it's this kind of slow-paced gameplay. Everyone gets positions that they want. This is a good
More
little
of a
spot
cushion.
here. The Yellows love this spot near Everest. There's just the solo play, though, by Van, because everyone else is closer towards Chopsticks in the heart of the Gatka field. So they're getting a little greedy here, but no one else really to contest. More than fine. Means if it does go north, they've got really good map control.
I like this from every team on the map. They're all relatively spread. None of them are sitting, 4-man in a compound and limiting themselves. They're all relatively spread. Even Armory Gaming sent Shanks out into that breakable shack in the field. Or I believe it used to be breakable. I feel like they're all non-breakable now. Either way, even Armory Gaming, whose entire intent is to sit in the compound, sent one out. So everyone is playing good PUBG at the moment.
So phase 3 coming our way. Here for the Gatka fields as we watch it pop. And over towards Chopsticks we go. Unicorn Cyber, I think we'll be very content with this. Archangel Predator, an opportunity to get involved. Bottom 3 at the moment through the first 2 matches. All those teams down towards the hill, very Pier Hill, are needing to make their way now into the circle. Not the easiest of rotates to make from that particular hill. Out west, Pixel Stars, FTF, both probably going to collide. I would imagine over towards Dog Hill.
Llama. Or whatever you prefer it to be. Doesn't really matter at the end of the day. There's a lot of action happening on the south, but Pixel Stars is kind of walking into what looks to be an excellently set up 2-2 pincer from FTF. Those 2 Pixel Stars players have absolutely no idea what they're about to walk into, and you're kind of hoping that one of the FTF members takes the bait. FTF don't actually know. They should know. I was going to say Teddy opens it up onto RKS, and Zhao Feng is in a world of hurt. That M4 spray is going to come out, and it's only a matter of time before Man and the teammate next to him come over and finish this off. That nade should do it. If the spray doesn't, it's the MG3 and the nade to finish it off. And now it's up to Jing and Capybara to either recover this or get the hell out.
A very passive push from Pixel Stars as they get really undone. There was a more aggressive push to the south, as you may have seen in the kill feed. Qualifier Gaming tried to send it in towards the Expendables, who also had to deal with FW Esports. 4-man Bo then pushed them from the north side. I was able to watch that on the map. The Expendables were able to thwart them. I think Tanvu did get knocked, but a revive, has players are about to. 4 kills for them. Really strong position up on this hill. Really difficult to also push a couple of Danciers around. It's almost graveyard for teams that tried to push that location. DK did back off with still 2 players up, but the damage was done. Expendables defended their position successfully. FW Esports didn't want to push any closer. Up to 13 points for them into the top 3. Oh, that one's sharp. Had a very good game 1 for the Expendables, and that's a clean shot into Raze.
Well, 2 years well up, never mind. RXC sang their praises, but this is what you have to do sometimes in a zone like this. Just have to send it, hope that there's no one in this bowl this time round. Nosh was here. Nosh will lose 1, but they'll get most of RXC. It's just 6, 7, 8, 9 now. Where does he even go? Send it deeper into the Chopsticks and just hope that survive longer than the teams that took you down. That was not really clean for Nosh, but you'll certainly take it because this is kind of a rank tank position to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting is they probably could have played the edge of this ball, but they would have been wary, especially if you look at the way that NGE are pushing in. NGE are doing this a little bit better now because they know their second team in, so they can kind of play the edge of it, throw nades in. Even if you don't even have to throw nades in, even just throwing smokes in makes it so much harder than for Nosh to defend this ball position. But you just send it in, no info, blind, you're going to die. Like 9 times out of 10, you are going to die. I don't agree with that push there from RXC, not a fan. It's like you're in the circle as well. Like you're not exactly like needing to make that play. It's not a do or die moment. I can always understand if it's like do or die, last second ditch, send it in. A bit of a strange one for a team that did so well in game 1. We sing their praises and then they kind of go back to their logo and act like clowns.
It is a bit of a risky move, especially this early on in the game.
What is happening here? So this is a fight that's already over. Pixel Stars get wiped out from FTF. Go to 11 points into the top 4. Clean for them. 4 kills. They'll get the revive. Revives as well. I don't think anyone's really going to push them either, so it will be an easy move for them going into the next circle.
finished off the job from earlier on. Look at Auka as well. He's at the Wizard Tower just south of FTF. Taking some shots now as well. He's going to have to leave though. That's a nice heady onto Long K from Aldrin Bots through the crack in the grates there. Lots of control for Newhouse at the moment, although a lot of it relinquished, not only because FTF's just crashed into them, but because the circle has told them no to. Riz just lives going into that shack. Delwyn, yeah, he had a fantastic game last game, and I think TE are probably set to have a good game this game. This is the fight from earlier on that we missed out on. FTF, a successful crash. Long K goes down. Maybe his car wasn't parked to leave very safely, or he didn't actually end up making the run. Either way, can't really blame Newhouse for not defending him. FTF have a lot of angles to work with to take him out, and they claim that compound. That said, it's out of zone.
Yeah, right now the Expendables looking like the best team in this lobby, and it doesn't look particularly close either. I mean, RXC 6 points behind, then it's FW on 14, which they've only got the one player alive. Don't imagine they're going to get much more from this game. So Expendables making very quick work of this lobby. Now, you can kind of use the group stage as a points metric in terms of top 8, at least loosely, Russell. Just probably won't reach those exact numbers, but I would imagine 70 to 80 points is what you would probably want to get into the top 8. Well, they've already got 26 from game number 2, and they've got 4 players alive, and they've got good positions. So they're honestly going to be able to sweep the edge, probably clear Arctics who are close by to them playing the hill, and then they can push in if they want. There's the compound near the chopsticks are completely available. So I'm riding that Expendables bandwagon pretty hard here. I think they could have a massive game. AAP getting involved too, shooting down south of them towards Arctics. And we'll see if Argent Bot can spot anything a bit more to the north side. You do it with a knock onto Delta Mix now behind the vehicle. At least something there for Newhouse.
Yeah. Rough for FTF.
Stolen though by Banana One.
Take it. Absolutely, we'll take it. I mean, look at FTF's spot. They have to put smokes up. They have to use cars. Those thin trees are not going to do you any favors. It's just kind of unlucky that the circle panned out the way it did. Newhouse was able to stay inside Gatka on top of those roofs, and FTF had to expend all of their resources. Aldrin Bots as well, and the rest of AAP can get on top of this well, I can get on top of this cylinder here and the roofs. No one's going to stop them until FTF, who knows to look that way, probably because AFP have been shooting him this whole time. You're hoping that Arctics notice this compound's free. You wouldn't think it would be. If you're Arctics in a spot like this, you're probably second-guessing yourself incredibly hard right now, but it is free. It's totally free, and I guess it's a race to see if TE get it, if Arctics get it. Do TE even want this? It looks like Arctics is going to go that way, which is fantastic for them. Now they just have to hold this down, and it kind of forces TE to go a separate way.
Yeah, it does, because now you can't really play backside that compound because Arctics has pushed in. They'll watch it closely, and then you don't want to really swing around to the front because then Archangel Predator has got eyes on it. I actually like this move into the chopstick. And right now, Delwyn's like, it's free. Okay, no one's here. We don't have to fight this. They would have been maybe anticipating a bit of trench warfare, smokes go out, some battles. No, it's just completely free. And it's really good cover. Others can't really spot them from a distance away. Sure, if you poke your head out, not ideal, and pushing out of the chopsticks, not fun. But when you're phase 5 and it's like hard centering on chopsticks, I think it's more than viable. You can see the way it's scoped over towards that UAZ. Like, there's no one there. The entire chopstick, all the way north to south, is free. Like, they're checking all the boxes. They're doing their due diligence. This is really good play. Again, from a player's POV, they don't have the info that we have. They're just playing this really smart, making sure that they've got the whole thing. And once they realize it, what we already know, they're going to be laughing. They got so much that they can do here.
Imagine that 4-man split down that chopstick. It's going to be nasty. Arctics, I don't know what the exact timing was, but I feel like they sent it to that South Gatka compound before they knew what the next circle was going to be, and now they have to fight out of it. It's no longer in the zone, and straight into Unicorn Cyber's grenades they go. Absolute destruction, no chance. It's just Uka up. He's got a play to make, a couple nades, and even AAP can watch him. So maybe Arctics was a bit too early to pull the trigger on that compound push. Maybe instead of doing this, they could have waited and then seen that the bowl that TE is in now was totally free, sent it there, and had a much better game. But that's not the route they decided to take.
Well, sometimes the easy option may not always be the long-term option, and that's the undoing here for Arctics Gaming. Sure, compounds just close to them, free. And as you were kind of saying, you kind of almost wanted that in the moment. But if you think long game, if you think about the way the circle's kind of shaping up, it may not have been the best location. That, though, we can only say with hindsight. And this right side chopstick for the Expendables, as great as it is, yeah, now they can only just play the north side of it. It gets completely cut, not even in half, almost like only 20% of it remaining. as we see New House get wiped out from the future. Nosh playing that ball still. They're basically center point on this circle. NGE, though, have got best spot. Prior up north, they've got the full control. They can control the compound that's still in. They've got the north side covered. They can sweep edge. They've got this game under lock and key, because pushing out of those chopsticks is not going to be easy. It's open fields, and they've got full view of all of it.
Yeah, the only direction NGE have to worry about is their west. AAP or any other team that comes from that direction, if they have cars, they can pull up on that hill that FAP's on right now and cause trouble for NGE. So I'm thinking most of their members should be watching the west right now, because like you said, no one's going to push out of the chopsticks. They don't have to worry about south. South's going to deal with themselves. They only really have to worry about this west. So man up this side and see what you can do. And I already think Algenbots is thinking about it. There's no really other play for AAP to do. They have to come west here. There's no way they're going to send it into the chopsticks and limit themselves like that. AAP is looking for the winning play right now. And I think it's just go west and see if you can fight NGE or see if there's any playable space around here.
So Expendables, at least, to have that chopstick still in on the north side. It's paid dividends going in from phase 4 to now phase 6. It's been a long-term investment. The kills for FW, courtesy of Banana 1. And we'll try and do a little bit more. Expendables actually push down south to make sure that no one will push in behind on the south side of the circle. And they went and cleaned up Unicorn Cyber. Talk about, again, due diligence. Like, they don't just go and say, okay, circle pop, let's go sit north. They think about, okay, we know this is free and we're going to eventually push back into it, but let's clear the south side first. Really good work from Expendables. They benefit. 2 more kills. They don't have to win this game, Russell. This doesn't need to be chicken dinner. This just needs to be top 4 plus your 13 to 15 kills, and you've had an amazing game. Looking to qualify top 8 probably by the end of night 1, the way they're going. New generation esports. Finally, it feels like it's been about 4 nights since we've seen this from them, but controlling zone, getting kills, winning fights. This is what they can do at their peak. Van's got to be careful. Algenbots escaping now from this hay bale position. Van was able to make it into the smoke, but is he going to make it back out of the smoke freely? If Algenbots takes these shots, he could die, but he's also so low. Standing still, got to take it, surely. The trigger discipline.
There's placement points on the line. If Algenbots can get deeper into the zone, you have to think about that. He has NGE potentially, like you said, under lock and key.
Oh my god, that takes so much. And he's dead.
Oh, Banana 1, though, wasn't expecting another solo. Was not expecting that. AAP came from that way, so he certainly wasn't expecting Banana 1. And Bang deals with it regardless. NGE, they went so wide to control that western side of the zone. So incredibly wide. They Ferrari picked that. And they end up on top. I think they lost one for it. Yeah, they did. But either way, you'll take it. And look at them now. Riz is the only worry for them at the moment. Nosh, well, they have to deal with TE. This is kind of what this is the final test, really, for TE. If they control Nosh's bowl, then there's all the chance they can fight out of it and fight towards NGE. But they have to take this fight first. And, I guess first protocol, there's smokes up towards Nosh. Then you throw some nades into the bowl. You hope you get a lucky knock. Maybe you throw a flash through that smoke. And then you just make the assault.
One up for Armory Gaming. It has got them out of those bottom places from this game, though, in terms of placement points plus kills. 2 only, though. Smokes out. Expendables now pushing in from the left side chopstick to now try and take the fight with Nosh. Good nade, though, from Haribo. Tambu gets knocked.
Fap.
And NGE are just going to be able to have all eyes on this.
This could help TE if Fap stays around.
Well, the thing about NGE is they don't lose this game from here. Even with 3 up, it's though a matter of how many kills can you get.
Yeah.
There's the solo of Riz spotted. Nah, he's been spotted now. And he's not in circle. Behind a tree. And even if he does have smokes, he doesn't really have a whole lot of time to wait for them to plume. And he's already in blue. Like, he's about to die here.
Yeah.
777 has been knocked by Shinosuke. New generation esports are definitely going to get this win. No question about that. It's, again, just a matter of how many kills they get. Van Nye gets the kill, steal on to 777 away from Shinosuke. Big for NGE. Riz will go down to Hakai. It's either going to be that or the blue in the air. Darwin tries to make his way up and above.
Ooh.
Jumps straight back down, using that smoke for cover. Good spray from Fab, and he gets the knockdown to Shinosuke. New generation are on the verge of finding their first win since Erangel back on night 1. Feels like a lifetime ago. That Group A versus C matchup. They had a 10-kill win after they had a 14 kill 5th place, they had 37 points. From the first 2 games, they looked like a powerhouse. They were playing like one. Now, again, like night 1, the powerhouse has returned. 9 kills as they eliminate the Expendables in 2nd place. 2 remain for Nosh. Nobu and Haribo. Good start. It's a knock. It's technically a 2v2, but only momentarily as Hakai evens it back up and they take the advantage. It's a double from Hakai. 11 kill win for their 2nd win on Erangel, and it rockets them up into 2nd place, 25 points.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from NGE. I love their aggression to control that western side against AAP. That really speaks volumes to how they want to play the game of PUBG. They lose one for it, but screw it. They'll win the game regardless. They were in such a good spot to do it. Riz potentially could have had an impact there, but you're right. He was out of zone. Nothing to do against NGE there. And of course, that decisiveness at the end there. There's no way they would ever let Nosh get into position after TE was eliminated, and they didn't. They were straight on the push towards the ball. There was no chance for a single trade from Nosh.
Yep, that was a really good performance from New Generation Esports. Again, you can always wind these games back, Russell. It's very easy to sometimes be like, oh, they got fed at the zone, but like, again, they played the yellow south of Everest, had a big split. That takes some balls. Like, you know, obviously there's fortune. No one crashed them. They didn't get really much to go wrong. And yeah, the circles did go in their favor, but they all played that really well, branched out, got kills, took map control. They were able to make the most of what was given to them. Not all teams can say that at times. You look at Nosh playing the bowl of chopstick. They don't do much with it. They play defense rather than offense, try and spread out. So it really goes to show the highlight, although Nosh did get 2nd. Highlight a difference between the way these teams operate. That's the end of Erangel, though, here for the last chance qualifiers. We head to Tago after the break.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Feeling a little bit salty about that one because that was so clean from Akita and Monty, but there it's on 5. If they get away
Hang on, this nade, we didn't quite follow it immediately, and it's amazing from Akita.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapons dealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if you're Nereal, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in this tech-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a Battle Ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Well, tremendous performance from the Expendables as they obviously did quite well to get a lot of kills, but not enough to get the win, Russell. New Generation were even better in their map control on the north side of that last circle. The Vietnamese have come strong here in the last chance qualifiers. Two teams that are really taking this lobby by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah, you got to give credit to NG where it's due. They were fed, and you have to admit that, but they also did something incredibly ballsy. When I thought they were going to control the western side of the space that they had, I thought they were just going to put a three-man barrier up and that was it. But they went fully out into that field to stop AAP from doing whatever AAP had planned. They lose one for it, but it didn't matter. NGE were decisive enough towards that end game where losing one didn't really matter. And there we are. FAP will be a highlight of that game. Vang as well, almost lost his life, I believe, to a sneaky AAP player on the backside, but in the end it didn't really matter.
Yeah, certainly didn't. Yeah, really solid performance from New Generation Esports, a team that started so strong back in the group stage, 37 points from their two first matches. Since then, it's just been all downhill. It's been really unfortunate to watch, actually, because they're just such a talented lineup. You go and have a look at some of their players as we're seeing them here. Van Nye and Fat both rated with a 78 Twire back in the Vietnam Series of 4, which is tied for third in a region like Vietnam. When you think about the powerhouses like Genius Esports and Cerberus Esports, so these guys played so well at an individual level, and they finished third as a team as well in such a strong region. And a lot of that was because of their kills. They only finished fifth in terms of chicken dinners, but they were able to finish top 3 in kills in a pretty frag heavy region. I think Vietnam especially can really frag out. So yeah, disappointing at the way that their tournament went in terms of the group stage, but a turnaround at least here in the last chance qualifiers for a powerhouse from Vietnam. We head to Tago for our third map of this really, so far, fascinating last chance quals. When you think about what's happening with day trade, when you think about the top teams kind of just doing what they're doing, it means that, you know, two games ago, I'm like, oh, you know, there's 8 spots, day trade's gonna be fine. It's like, well, Is there going to be 8 spots? So far, the Vietnamese are just dominating. NGEs, you've also got the Expendables, and Rapsiak Esports. That's like the top 3 right now.
Yeah, and I mean, you have...
And Newhouse as well,
teams-
not far behind.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at the eye test was kind of passed for Arctics, at least that game, by that final decision. And if they continue to play kind of like that, then you can see them climbing from 16th up as well. So it's kind of looking a little bit dodgy for the teams that you might have thought were shoe-ins. Although now I guess we get to see whether the Spite hot drop continues between Daytrade and Dankoa. I don't know where they're going to drop, but if they did, I mean, then it's confirmed a Spite hot drop, and then that's going to continue to Vikendi, that's going to continue to Miramar, and I'm just looking for them. Where are they going? Are they out yet? Can't actually see. There we go. No one's coming.
No one is going there. So
I think we're good.
I think we're good, yeah. I mean, they go different map, right? So I was going to quickly have a look at the spot before this. But they said they're going to Hosan. And I'm looking at DK.
Well, that was a lie.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, like with what happened on Erangel, are you really surprised? So,
No.
Whereas it's actually for DK, they've also got like Fishing Camp, for example, as their main location. So, right, that's exactly where they go. I should actually also, they've got Hosan tag too. So maybe they have actually looked to push away from that. So DK had Fishing Camp and Hosan as their drop spot locations. Right now, they're just kind of over Fishing Camp. There's also a couple of buildings just south of Fishing Camp that you can loot up to. Big chunk, you can see it on the map. They're going to send 2 there as well. But again, greedy in terms of their map. I've got it here. They have it. Their DK logo is over those 3 positions of Hosan, Fishing Camp, and the compound, which is what Hoang is at. Maybe Smells just grabbing a vehicle, but I feel like Hosan is so weird to split with that. No, I feel like Fishing Camp, the compound's on the road. Hosan's so far away, and it's a big city. Like, it's a strange one.
Yeah, it's either you take Hosan and do Hosan, and that's it, or
I think Smells not going to go
split something else. No, not at this point. I don't think. You probably just loot maybe the edge of it, if anything. But yeah, that is a very weird one, because you start to think, do you want to loot Fishing Camp and the surrounding compounds to begin with? That sounds like more of an alt drop than anything you'd like fully commit to. Although that said, I think Tego looks a little bit better than Erangel Miramar, at least from what I remember. So maybe that is the case. 4-man bow. They lose Raywa to begin with. Ryu says close by. He's in the car right now. I was going to say, does he have a gun to potentially get revenge, but not even quick enough to do so. So 4-man bow lose 1 for absolutely nothing.
Yeah, imagine if you're someone that likes Tego, like you're a big fan of it, you look forward to it every night, and then you just get run down in the first 3 minutes, and you're like, oh, well, I guess that's Tego done.
Oh, God. I feel like all these players look forward to Tego now, right? Probably for that reason, because you can get kills early off the bat.
Yeah, most likely.
Not if you're on the receiving side of it.
Japan on Japan Crime as well. Not ideal. Nosh has been good. I'd say Japan's probably looked a little bit more comfortable in this lobby than what we saw back in the group stage outside of 4-man bow. I mean, so 4-man bow had 49 points. Arctics finished dead last, 28. They were the only team still in the 20s, and there was only 1 team in the 30s, so they were very, very dead last. Nosh were 3rd last.
Very, very dead last.
Yeah, I don't know a better word to phrase that, but they were very dead last. 16 points was the most that Arctics got on a singular night, so 12 and 16. They've only got the 2 right now, and they're still in very dead last, but no, the tripod just unsuccessful. Oh, what a shot from Karipo! Clean, and he's going to meet his fate, courtesy of Shinosuke. Nosh come back for seconds. They weren't done with just 1. 4-man bow down to 2. And it's a nice little start for Nosh, who, at least for their sake, Russell, have been able to turn things around from the group stage. Whereas the same can't be said for, well, Arctics Gaming.
Yeah.
Not yet, at least. Maybe this could be their map. But yeah, nice for Nosh.
Guess it's a little bit of pride involved as well for the Japanese teams. Kind of like, maybe, Fury and EXO would also have a little bit of a regional battle. Not anything, meaningful, just in their heads. And they want to kind of be the best Japanese team at the event. I feel like that's probably the case for most of the teams here. And yeah, good start for Nosh. 4-man bow. They're going to go back and loot, the remains of Fishing Camp that have already been scooped up by DK, who are now all the way to the south, pulling off a very southern rotate. Bao getting dangerously close to James, who's in a vehicle that Bao can hear. but I don't think it's in a good enough angle for Bao to take shots. I think the surprise factor is more valuable for him at the moment, but he has been spotted. Riz on the backside. He's got his car, and luckily I don't think Riz is going to be able to take any tires out here. Even if he did, it wouldn't matter. Bao should get out of here alive. Unless James comes back around. No way James going for this.
Oh,
my God.
What did I just watch? And then the run over as well. Bow Wow, please, out of this game. I don't even know if we have replays. What? I need to
pull that up, dude.
I kind of want to shadow play that myself. Jeez, like, that's sick
That
shot.
was insane.
Bro, that's the kind of shot that you hit, and the rest of your night, you're just going to feel good. You're going to feel on. You're going to feel like you can hit anything. That's massive for us. And I honestly think, you know, Armory Gaming probably needed a little bit of a, you know, little kick up the bum. That puts them up to 8 points. That gets them into the top 9, 1 point away from AAP. For a team that did so well in the group stage to, you know, obviously miss out just a little bit going to the LCQ. They started a little slow on Erangel, but that is a sick shot.
Yeah, they lost James twice on Erangel at the start, so turning the tides a little bit, hopefully for the foreseeable future. A couple of crates in the middle of the map and no one going central yet. Everyone kind of positioning themselves around the off center. I suppose probably because there's a hill in the center of the zone right now, and with the tree density as it is on Tago, you probably can't get much information from being on top of that hill, and it's probably a bit hard to hold as well. Probably multiple angles that teams can breach you from, and you might just end up losing control, losing players, so it probably isn't worth it. Just sit off center in compounds on the roads, close to where teams are going to rotate. TE flirting with the idea of potentially getting closer to FW. I believe they spotted Banana 1 off in the background over there, but they aren't going to commit. They're certainly going to take compounds around FW. Yeah, this just gets a little bit awkward. Probably nothing super insane considering it is only phase 1, but TE and FW are definitely having a bit of a mental battle right now. You can see Sixax looks over there and goes, okay, well, TE have just taken the compound right across from us. They're kind of spreading out there, kind of flexing their muscles a little bit. 777 is close by as well. So maybe if you're FW, you're kind of paranoid right now.
Yeah, I mean, potentially. They're down a player. They're already having a tournament where it hasn't quite been perfect. Albeit saying that, it's been a bit better so far in the last chance qualifiers into the third match, down a player. But in the top 4, 19 points. So they've got at least a bit more of a platform to build off. Sixax tagged up. He's gone back into this lineup as well. Forgot to mention that. I think he might have actually been in for the last game too. I think it was just the one game that they had a sub.
Yes, it was just one game.
Was Knack over. But yeah, no bot fluke, now down to 3. This is where, when you lose a player this early, and they haven't got the worst of positions either, you probably don't want to be taking these fights with the expendables. Good trade from Bem Knight. And hang on, this is probably going to really sum up Daytrade's day if Akai just pops up and gets a kill. No, they're all driven by over towards RXC, as Thanahan has been able to get a kill onto Sapal. Unicorn Cyber not too happy about that, as Hudat tried to fire back. Still playing without Demon, so I think that might just be a nightly swap here where Chu's in for the night. Whereas I would have imagined he's back. There's been a lot of subs actually used tonight for the last chance qualifiers. Vinisu as well, one for Rapsiak Esports, although obviously they've done well so far tonight. Still kind of on the high of that opening game.
Honestly, with all the alias and roster changes, I wouldn't be surprised if Chu is Demon. Who knows? In a decent spot though. They're playing towards the south, trying to control it. I suppose Unicorn Cyber took this spot and then realized that they're not really happy with it. And this is probably why you're seeing them extend out a little bit. They don't really want to be stuck on that south. They don't want to let teams leapfrog them, and putting themselves on the coast here is going to give them a lot of information as to the teams that are going to leapfrog them. AAP, sorry, coming in right now, but we're going to move over to Daytrade, a team that we need to do well. NGE, they're probably playing the strat where they're just going to go for as many kills as they can, maybe a little bit greedy, a little bit aggressive, but they haven't suffered a single knock right now. Daytrade realized there's only one in this compound. Do they want to commit? Do they want to drive past? I think they only want to drive past or get on the backside.
So Destro though loses out to Nan. Sure, okay, yeah, so Daytrade, oh, okay, Bubba's AAP kind of shifted away from that as Daytrade have made their way into the compound, and we switched back, but a little too late. Now we don't get to see Hakai get finished off by Flash, as Nurans is going to just loot up. Daytrade get themselves a compound, get something to go their way. On the board for a kill here on Tago as well. But this is north side of zone and near water, so this is not a permanent location, Russell. It will shift away from here eventually. Yep. And GE as well, up on that cliff face, are going to need to move at some point. Should add, by the way, obviously Balmoth is in the lineup here for day trade. So a player that is just a glue that has been in this roster for so long. All of them really. It's, what is it, Core 3 since 2020, Balmoth since 2021.
Insane commitment, especially when you look at a lot of the other APAC rosters who are constantly chopping and changing. You gotta respect Daytrade's commitment. Similarly to FTF as well, who have been together for a long time. They've rebranded, you know, Victim TF, Victim Rise, whatever it is. They've still stuck together with relatively the same amount of players. So there's a couple teams that commit to it. I'm just hoping that that commitment from Daytrade not only pans out in last chance qualifiers, but eventually pans out in the grand finals if they can make it.
Reaching 11 minutes now as we head into phase 2, which did shift away from that compounded Daytrade. They've already gotten moving, by the way, so they're fine now, a bit much more central location. What's interesting about this zone right now, Russell, is if you look at the map strip, there's no one playing the big hill north of Kang Yuan.
Yeah.
Which in this case is kind of like a mini Everest.
Couple compounds there as well. You'd think these teams would opt to take potentially.
I wonder though, is it difficult to scout that hill when you're on the ground? And at this point, 11 and a half minutes into the game, it's not one that maybe you want to then send it.
Yeah.
I could actually see maybe like an RXC just outside Kang Yuan. Maybe they might send it up the hill. I haven't really got many other places to go. One thing about Tago though is there's just so many like little compounds that you can play in these circles.
Yeah.
And despite that, we see so many fights in this terrain, hills, around trees. It's interesting how it always plays out that way. Stanahan does hear the rotate of Arctics. This is not in zone, by the way. This hill, he's outside of it. He's on the south hill of Kang Yuan. There's the north hill that is completely vacant. Nurans for Daytrade has pushed in closer to the compound or from the future. Initial shots with the barrel, not really finding the mark, but good to see Daytrade showing a bit of proactiveness as Stanahan does get the kill to Carly. I mean, at that point, you know, how many times you played Russ and you've said, why is that guy there? Well,
yep.
Why is that guy there?
That's that. That is exactly what that situation is. RXC look like a team right now. If you go to the map stream, LPL_play, we're going to reference the map a lot. So you better be ready. Nurans, he was ready for man. Deltamix coming in to try get some damage back, potentially even the trade. Nurans taken down to 33. Good effort, but not enough to take down the Titan. Shinosuke, RXC, they are everywhere right now. I was about to say that RXC look like a team completely displaced from what you'd usually see, but I think they're making the most of it. That Thanahan knock and kill, and then that one onto Shinosuke as well. So you got to give them credit for at least making this work, but you can see 6, 7, 8, 9. He's the only one of RXC in zone at the moment. He's just solo defending this man. Speaking of defense, Nurans tried, failed. Pooches, Daytrade, they have one kill, Jake, and they're about to be, not about to be, they are eliminated.
And they're in the bottom 2 as well after 3 maps. Dare I say, this is not that much better than night number 1, where they got 1 point from 4 games. It's 3 points from 3 games. There's not much really in difference, as that did actually here in a very fast-moving vehicle from Danahan with the Bolty on the M24. Not an easy shot. Still in the blue, by the way. Still, why the hell are you there?
Yep. May as well. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I feel like some of these teams are just going to opt to go for the crazy amount of kills. 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, Dahlia had no idea. Another why are you here moment. RXC full of these at the moment. No way he wins this. Taken down way too low to get it done. Really looking at his teammate right now to help him out. Puts himself in his teammate's LOS, which is fantastic intuition from him. Or really, it's basic intuition, I'd say, at this point. Where you say, decent defense in the first game. Tried his best to stop FW from pushing towards him. And as I mentioned, FW, there it is. Raze takes him out in the back, helping out Rapsec Esports. Thanahan's still in the blue.
Yeah. I will say it's only phase 3, right? It's not exactly doing a tremendous amount of damage.
Nah.
3 kills for Rapsiek. And you know what that first win does for Rapsec? It changes the approach now for the 12 games, where you don't have to go and have those like super massive pop-off games, and also then from a blank state of 0, it's not like you're going to average your, say, 7 to 8 points. That now trims down to like 5 or 6 points. It's Barrett peaks on the road and he gets taken down by Jun. Omachi for Arctics is the last one standing. Underarm nade against Nosh. He spots Haribo push in, and I don't know if he was expecting Nobu to be in that angle. He loses his life. Another fight loss for Arctics. 3 points tied with Day Trade, but apparently just above them. And Shanks is also eliminated for Armory Gaming. It's been a tough day for a lot of these Thailand teams, except for probably FW. To be fair, all of their super amazing teams are basically in the grand final.
Yeah, I was going to say. Who's just trying to get something more?
God, he gets another kill in from the blue.
If it's working, you know, there's no reason to fix it. That's what I'm saying. When I said at the start of the night that these guys were just going to go for kills, especially if they start off the night well, it gives them that buffer to just mess around with. And on a map like Taego, it can certainly work, although finally, or eventually, you are probably going to be punished for your transgressions, being very greedy. And 6789 finally feels it. Smell. Nice nade through the window. But the person he's got to worry about right now is in front of his face. Jing! Oh, that was so close. I don't know how Smell won that. He was 1 HP immediately. I guess that prone shot really worked in his favor.
Yeah, this it did. Kelly Barra eliminated by Vitamilk 666, which I haven't seen that name before from Dane Kelly Gaming, replacing Jund or Jundi, whichever one his name is. So, again, another substitute in for tonight. 4 kills for TK. As that is a very hard south shift. The Expendables, their compound looks nice, but they've got a pretty oppressive 2-2 split, of which 777 and Duck Juice no longer need to be in that location. They can group up with Tanvu and Delwyn. There goes Nosh. RXC's Thanahan, I'm pretty certain, has picked up all 4 kills on there. Eventually knocked by Raze, but he's just laughing like the Joker as he sinks into the grave. He said, oh, well, job done. We've got 7 kills. We're in second place. That's more than fine for us. Raze will more than happy take the free kill, though. But yeah, my goodness, Danahan just having some fun here on Taego, playing in the blue.
Yeah.
And Vinsu can just play as a rank tank from here and just try and get 1 or 2 placement points, and they can still get 9 points from this game. Delta Mix knocked by Long K. Expendables have been able to group up. I mean, just about 777 low, but on his way over to this compound. In fact, they are playing the front side now. Delta Mix eventually finished off by Long K. That was a 350-meter shot.
Oi, oi, oi. Alrighty. We'll take that. TE. I feel like the compounds on this side of this river are a lot harder to hold than the ones on the opposite side, say FWs, for example. These ones are much more open. As you can see, that fence, that blue fence in front of Tanvu doesn't really do anything. So you've got to sit in the buildings, and I suppose you might have some good angles everywhere, but you're probably as equally exposed when you try to peek them. Plus, you've got that hill behind you and the dense tree line. You have to be careful about people sneaking up to you. FW, on the other hand, doesn't really have that. Their compound is kind of isolated from any tree lines. They're going to have info around them the whole time. And they are loving life at the moment. No one on FW's side apart from NGE. T1067, whatever that name is, he's going to get 1 out of that car. Lunlun goes down PMA. Teddy, the top fragger. More from New House Esports, as well as the gauntlet of New House Esports, and Teddy decides he's had enough of the gauntlet. He's going to get out and try to take the 1v1.
Yeah, but Udet says the gauntlet's not over. And now that he's out of the vehicle, a lot more difficult to get back in, keep driving. Hong trying to take the lean ankle on the left side of that rock, and Dimsty says, nope, back behind you go. And Pete was able to finish off Long K, so an aggressive New House don't really benefit a whole lot. Armory Gaming fighting tooth and nail to just pick up some valuable points here in Taego. 3 kills for them. But not gonna lie, it looks as if they're gonna be not getting any placement points unless Dimsty and Riz can pull off something insane against the 3-man Dankoa Gaming. Did he not spot Vitamilk? I don't think so. Again, we've got the tracer, so it's a lot easier for us to spot them, but I thought he was visible for a second. Apparently not. Here's Pete. That's a big feed for the Expendables. But you can see that hill rustle is still playable. You can push up this hill, have good sightlines, look down, find kills, be aggressive. PMA gone in 10th. Next team out gets no placement points. Then from onwards after, everyone else will get some.
Newhouse Esports, I feel like they're in prime position to take that hill and really take advantage of it, especially if they're able to res that player off on the north and group up with UDirt. They can probably catch this fight, get the third party or clean up the scraps of whoever remains, and then that hill is entirely theirs until RXE decides to do something about it. Nice headshot from Smell over the top of the rock, and he's going to take a second 1v1 as well. Dynasty brings him down low though, and now he's got to go all the way back towards the coop and probably back towards the edge of blue. Try get as wide an angle as you possibly can to take these 1v1s, because that's probably what you have to take right now. You know Dankoa are going to be hot on your tail. Nades coming out as well. Not enough trees to hide behind. Dankoa will probably eventually find you if they decide to go up towards the top of this hill. He makes noise himself. So these nades are now going to be a little bit more accurate, but smartly decides to move through the bush, though he can't spot him. He tries to get it done through the bush, but it's not enough. He can't even see his target properly hang, though he can see Dynasty.
Man, knocked down by Tanvu. Now it's up for the Expendables to start collecting some kills, but there's not really anyone else on that north side. They need to push out of that compound, Russ, and probably push up the hill, start sweeping, get a bit of control of the map. There's just nothing else really there for them to look at. They'll get a sense of that, I imagine. They've got some crates as well that can play with. Tanvu with the knock on to Tede. But it's the south side that I'm very intrigued about. All the way over here as well. Newhouse, Dankoa, RXC still playing in that compound as a duo. What a game that they're going to have. NGE, well, this one's gone a little bit topsy-turvy in the battle with FW Esports from the future. Gone in 8th. They lose Tede and KDR to Tanvu and Dalwin. So they really do close out that north side. No other players north of this zone other than the Expendables. And New Generation also got wiped out, but having a much better night tonight than what they had in the group stage.
Yeah.
FW Esports also picking up some very valuable placement points and keeping the scoreboard ticking over, as a lot of teams kind of are. I mean, Yukon or Cyber at the moment, 8th place, 13 points. They're the lowest. After that, jumps up almost into the 20s. And you think about your day trades of the world, Russell, even AAP on 9, need to start getting a wriggle on. Games, they run out a lot quicker than you realize.
Yeah, absolutely. What a push from FW, by the way, as well. Straight from that compound on the west, all in their cars, just assaulted this position. Won the fight pretty convincingly as well. Only losing one, you'll take that. That's a necessary sacrifice to make a very vital positional move like that. Oh, now they're getting mortared. Maybe it's time to think about leaving this spot, but with that circle, with the knowledge that RXE is in that compound, it can be hard. Probably just take the fight with Unicorn Cyber down the ridge. That's probably your best option. And that hill remains inside. Smell remains on top. But I think just because of the density of the trees at the top of that hill, it's probably not super ideal to look down and around potentially. Also for TE, I feel like because their compound is so exposed around them, that's probably why they're hesitant to move out. They probably just want to sit and wait. Although, how do I say that? I look at the map stream and they have moved out. They moved up a little bit as soon as Newhouse Esports have moved away from that position. So I suppose good awareness from TE, but not fully committing to that hill just yet.
They have pushed out, but as you said, not wanting to fully play the hill. I like the split that they've had, 777 back anchoring in the
He seems
compound.
to be the anchor, right? He was doing it last game as well.
Almost making sure no one's going to backfill in. They've cleared that now eastern side. I do wonder if they feel like they want to clear that western side, but there's water. Like, I don't know. Well, it's not really water, sorry. It's not water. It's a little creek, but...
Oh, it's third party now for TE, I think.
Yeah, it's true. Good nade onto Banana 1. These are the kind of fights that I'd love to see TE just push onto. Okay, that's interesting from Hudat, because now they've turned their attention to the Expendables. It does kind of give maybe FW a chance to not only get this revive, but yeah, start throwing nades in the back of them. Push up, get better position. Water Strike comes in. Chu's already quite low. They only really got a tiny little shack to kind of play off in terms of physical defense. These smokes have really gone out, though, from both teams, and Chu does eventually get knocked down by Tanvu. And I think we're going to see FW really third party and collapse here on Hudat. Yeah. Last alive inside of the shack. FW know this. They can't get too overzealous, though. If they do, the Expendables will start to be able to play off of them. I think they really just want some of this loot, clearly, because they don't have a lot of utility. They don't really have any frags left. They don't really have any smokes left. Banana 1, though, now knocked by Tanvu. As much as you want that loot, if it's not going to be easy to get, it might not be worth it.
Oh, Jake, I've just seen Delawin go for a car in the blue on the map. and die to the blue. I don't know if he's going to get rezzed. Probably not. Looks like the blue is way too quick for him. But that is just such an unnecessary loss, and that's going to be another one. 777 backing off. Tanbu's the only one who can really defend from this, but he doesn't have the perfect angles to deal with it. Raze has to get something done here. Did he get shot?
I think he must have got shot from
I looked at it.
Got him low, and then he got hit by the blue.
Oh, I looked at it for a second. I didn't see him get shot at. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll take that back. Either way, devastating loss.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that almost has to be the case, right? What is he sitting on 1 HP and be like, oh, I'll go get car, and then just dies to blue? Like, surely not. Well, it must have copped the take. It could have even been from FW. I mean, I didn't see that. That wouldn't be out of the world. Like, you can kind of see this angle from 6-Sax, right? Like, he would have been visible to that.
Yeah.
Take one shot, especially if they're running the bolty and then bam and then the blue. Yeah, that has to have been what happened there. Either way, this will probably center up. No, south we go. RXC, this is a winnable game for them. Dare I say it, as a duo in a pretty wounded lobby, no one has 4 players left alive. The trio of Newhouse Esports out of the eastern side, and then you got the trio here for FW, which they've done a good job of really dealing with the pressure from the Expendables, who do get that revived. They've got 3 themselves if they can get this second revive.
Yep.
But where do they go from here? Now suddenly they're not in the best of positions. They could have played that compound. They could have played the eastern side of this mountain and pushed into NHE with all 4 players up. Instead, electing to come to this, it's been a bit of a mess for them.
A little bit. Newhouse Esports has to deal with Danko if they want any control in this game. Danko is just stopping them from doing what they want right now. The Shack push comes out and it's cleaned out very easily, as you would expect. Raze does it.
Yeah,
shouldn't have gone any other way. Yeah, potentially. Yeah, they have. No, you're right. Now I feel like they have to go up this hill. If they see Nox in the kill feed here, I feel like there's no other option for TE. If they don't push up this hill, they probably lose zone control. They lose info on what's happening on the other side of the zone, because they don't have any info right now. They're only going off the kill feed. You can leave one as well. You can leave 7-7 back in the compound. You can push up the hill as 2 if you really need to. I feel like that's probably the winning play right now.
Yeah, it could very well be. Newhouse Esports, though, best position in terms of height. We'll see if that can make them in the long run. They've kind of struggled to get rid of Danko Gaming. UTIRT, though, talk about making it really difficult for the Expendables from one bad angle to another. For them, the western side didn't work out. They come east, they try and play the hill, and immediately they lose Duck Juice. So down to 2 remaining for them. FW, have they been picked apart? Rapsiak Esports cleaning them out. That is a tremendous performance. Only 6 sacks remains for FW as Rapsiak go up to 33 points from the 9 kills plus placement points they've gotten from this game. And right now, they are already 3 points away from the best night that they had in the groups. The 6 sacks is gone. More points for everyone else. Now, Tino knocked down by Smell. This one's not over yet. This is a very fascinating finish. Right now, as things stand, there's 2 players standing for every team left.
Yeah. Newhouse Esports, they are doing a fantastic job so far controlling this hill. But eventually, I feel like the pressure is going to be way too much. You can see TE getting closer and closer, but UDirt is on that angle. He's been on that angle this whole time. T1 706 now. Well, he's the man there. But I feel like they've put 2 there. UDirt coming back. They have to. You can see, I feel like all they have to work with is this rock. This is the only angle they can peek from if they want to fight towards TE, because if they go higher up, their explat is so goddamn quick from T1 706. Maybe a little bit too aggressive though, Hoang in the middle of the zone. Is this the undoing of Neil T and the rest of NHE? It is. I thought they were going to do so much better, but a proper look at their position, you could see they were desperate. Smokes up, a tree and a rock, that's all they had to deal with, and the pressure eventually was too much.
So down to 3 teams of 2. The Expendables somehow not only outliving FW Esports, but also Newhouse. The 2 teams they couldn't get past on both the west side and east side of these circles eventually have diminished. 8 kills for Danko, up 7 for the Expendables. And here comes the 2 clowns. Thanahan with the knockdown onto Smell. It's Hoang F who needs to win that battle. He can't. Thanahan again.
Way. No way.
How? The man from the blue has got them into a winning position, Russell.
Yeah, yeah.
And remember,
you saw them
he
earlier
got knocked.
on.
He got knocked earlier in this game. The fact he got even revived What an individual performance from Thanahan, and it's going to have to be now with the knockdown onto Vinisu. I want Thanahan's perspective here. I don't care about the expendables, low ground behind the rock. I want to see what Thanahan's got to close this one out in the 1v2 after he did so much work earlier in this game. 7 kills in total, could go for a 9-bomb. Clearly just wants to see if he can get some utility. He knows he's in a 1v2. He knows roughly where they are. Bottom of the hill, upgrades, or plenty of ammunition now. Full armor, full helmet, full utility. Mark 12 as well that he can use. So he's going to be very much equipped. If there ever is a way to be equipped. Last little bit of information provided by his teammate in Vinisu.
Yep.
But now the expendables can move off of the smokes and he spots them. He's got high ground, but he's also down as a solo. It's very much a 50-50 here between these two teams.
TE have to move first. Thanahan has a little bit more time on the blue than his competitors. Maybe a bit too early to use those nades before you know 100% information, but he's done a lot of damage to 777. He's got one more as well. That was just too much, too aggressive, maybe a little bit too much confidence. TE though, what a well-played game.
Yeah, really, really well played from the expendables. They collect their first win of the night, Russell. Hard to believe that as they're really riding a wave of momentum. Second place, 9 kills. Third place, 15 kills. And now first place. Didn't quite see how many kills they had. We'll see that in a second. But 11 kills for Ratsiak Esports, second place. Expendables with the most amount of damage. Again, it's all about Vietnam so far in the last chance qualifiers. Newhouse were relevant towards the end of that game, but the Expendables have performed, again, just so well. That game back on Erangel prior to this, 15 kills in third place was massive. This one probably not as good, even though they got the win. PUBG is a weird game like that. Sometimes you can kind of get the wins that you know, you probably don't play as good as in other games, such as I thought that Erangel game. But you know, clearly they've just been so consistent, so good to start tonight. Halfway through the night, not only are they firmly on top in first place, but it's going to be really hard to see them miss out on grand finals now.
Yeah, I think their decision-making has been quite on point as well. Even when you go back to that Erangel game, it looked like they knew exactly what decisions to take and exactly what ones to just kind of leave by the wayside. And that game as well, we were kind of thinking they would just leave the compound and go push up the hill, but I feel like in hindsight, maybe that would have maybe been their demise, or maybe just wasn't smart at that moment in time. Either way, they make the correct calls. They keep 3 alive and then 2 alive towards the end. They get it done.
Really well played from the Expendables. We'll head to a break. When we come back on the other side for match number 4, it will be Vikendi.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Feeling a little bit salty about that one because that was so clean from Akita and Monty, but there it's on 5. If they get away with this.
Hang on, this nade, we didn't quite follow it immediately, and it's amazing from Akita.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapon stealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if you're Nereal, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in this tech-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a Battle Ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Halfway through the night here for the PUBG Asia Super Cup, and it's been all Vietnam, Russell. They continue to dominate through the first three matches. They're on Tago, though. The Expendables finally get a chicken dinner that I feel has been coming. We saw the performances on Erangel, a third place, a second place, a bunch of kills, topping the lobby. But on Tago, they get the win, and now very much on top of the leaderboard.
Oh yeah, absolutely. With an insane amount of kills, by the way, as well. 33 kills in comparison to their 21 placement points. I mean, it's nothing crazy when you look at the grand scheme of things, but for one winner chicken dinner, you look at that and you go, okay, well, they must have had an insane amount of kills in the other games that they've played. So full props to them. They are looking absolutely unstoppable.
38 points as well for Rapsiak. Esports is a new best here at the PUBG Asia Super Cup on a singular night, and they've done so through just the first three matches. So already bettering their best night, which was the 36 points that they were able to get in the Group B versus C lobby. So clearly a massive performance for them that they've been able to, you know, not only get that win, but keep the good times going. Thanahan maybe the singular MVP in that game. So look, either way, the Expendables, they're so far out in front. They probably... Well, it was Tanvu that got the shot onto Thanahan. Even in that scenario, you got the two plays, you got the numbers, but you're so low ground and you're only really playing off smokes. That's still a really difficult win for the Expendables in that particular moment. And the way that Thanahan was playing that game, he had 7 kills. Really speaks volumes to how good TE is playing tonight.
I think Thanahan had a really good chance of winning that 1v2 if he was a little bit... He was going for the more jiggle peaks, getting info, and then going for the committal, rather than what he did, which looked like just a straight committal on the 1v1. So good shots from the low ground, to be fair, but he definitely could have won that. He had one nade left as well to potentially finish them off once he knew where they both were. But yeah, no, TE, you got to give them full credit for that.
Yep. Oh, Vikendi not far away from beginning for match 4 tonight. It's been certainly a lot of fun to begin the last chance qualifiers. A couple of teams, though, that do need to get a wriggle on, most notably Day Trade Gaming again down in the dumps to begin a night after I thought they'd been able to turn things around on their second night where they picked up 53 points. Not to be, apparently, Russell, because they've gone back to their night 1 form where they only had 13 points through 6 matches. They're at 3 through 3.
It's unbelievable when you look at the name Day Trade, but also the players on that team. Go back to Pooch's IGL. Do it. Change right now. I'm calling it. It's not working. Whatever you're doing, do it. Or maybe just have Nuren's copy whatever Pooches would say. Have them do a Pooches impression and see if that works. Because whatever they're doing right now, I mean, you have to be fair. They did kind of throw their first, not throw, but they did risk their first 2 games on a hot drop. So we didn't get to see what their strategy would have been like. And so you have to take that into account. Maybe they are actually playing incredibly well when they are given a chance on Erangel and Miramar. Maybe you can, take Tego and Vikendi out of the discussion, but we never got to see whether they were playing well or not because they risked it all for a hot drop. So hopefully on Vikendi, and then when we move into Miramar as well, we get to see them at full pelt.
Yeah, and obviously I know you were completely joking there, but the first 2 games on Erangel, the hot drop, so that's not really an IGL thing. I do want to kind of give them the benefit of the doubt that it's kind of just maybe testing grounds for them as much as, this is obviously a lot of money on the line. It's not exactly a, PGC pathway, PGS pathway, etc. So this is the best of time as Eddie to try these kind of changes, even if it is mid-tournament. So Vikendi, an opportunity for Day Trade. And they've also got a decent little spot over towards Castle inside of this circle outside of Decamesto where they could make something work with this kind of... there's no reason for Day Trade looking at their positioning here. I know it's only phase 1. You don't want to overvalue P1, but there's nothing there that says to me they should be dead inside the next 10 minutes. I'll be absolutely shocked if that's the case. This is the kind of game, just play slow, play for map control, the old standard. All these players know it, Russell. I don't even need to say it. This is the kind of game now, though, where I'm very curious to see what Nurens can do as the IGL, because he's finally, for maybe the first time tonight, going to be needed.
Yeah. Well, they have that off-center position, like you said, which is fantastic, and they can use that to bounce off, so I agree. There's no reason they should lose anyone unless they're caught completely off guard, but even then, you've got to start really criticizing the small things at that point. But if you look at the map, if they wanted to go west, say this hard shifts to the west, they can play up that hill. There's no reason they can't fight for that hill, and that's the same on the north and their south. They have terrain to fight around regardless, as long as they keep 4 up. Then that fighting should go in their favor. NHE doing their best to loot up, as every other team on the map is going to do. NGE in the center. I suppose this one's an interesting one because they're in that city all the way in dead center. What do you do? I suppose you leave a couple in the city and then maybe have one on a surrounding hill to the west and then one on the surrounding hill to the south. That's one of the hard ones as a player you look at and go, well, we're in a central spot, but we don't really want to sit in the city because we don't really get much from it unless we get fed. So how are we going to play it? But I'm sure they'll figure it out. PMA looking towards something. What did they see that we didn't?
Yeah, good question.
There's no one there.
No one there. Maybe just still scouting. Yeah, sometimes as well in PUBG you see like a tree or a leaf or something, and just for that moment you go, oh, is that something? You do want to probably give it the respect as much as it is, even though it is nothing. Yeah, obviously, we know there's nothing there, but yeah, sometimes there's that corner of your eye, you're like, oh, did I see something? And then you give it like 10, 15 seconds. So, Decamesto, center point, phase 1 here for Vikendi. Cable cars were a big factor the last days of group stage gameplay. We saw, of course, the parachute up on top. Had a lot of fun there on that massive hill, far more north of this circle. The circle's way down to the south. So a lot of teams, though, taking their time to loot up. Nothing too crazy happening in terms of the map. No hot drop shenanigans, and definitely not much to talk about at the moment. Everyone's just pretty much comfortably looting. Big map is Vikendi. But as is the case with it, it's also quite like vertical in nature. Like a lot of the kind of lanes, if you will, coming down to this circle for phase one. I wouldn't be too surprised if we do see teams do collide on the rotates. So maybe in the next 2-3 minutes, wouldn't shock me to see some teams get involved in some fights.
Yeah, generally that's what you'll see. Vikendi allows for early fighting, but I feel like, more so you're going to see rotational incidents occur. This is an interesting addition when it was added, and we've seen it used in comp multiple different times. Not necessarily a gimmick when it gives you full vision or a radar, essentially, on the players around the bunker. But I believe that one is, slightly more north than this circle, so KDR won't be able to abuse it this time. I guess the other thing that I haven't seen too much of, and I guess we've developed in the meta enough since Vikendi's addition that we probably should have seen the use of cable cars, but I'm going to guess that because, again, Vikendi's been in it for enough time now, teams and players have decided that they're not really useful. Maybe every once in a while if you need to make a desperate rotate and it's right in front of you, but other than that, there's no real reason to use them. Just, do what Cerberus did the other day and get on top of them with a parachute and then hold that high ground. Although that said, there is Panzerfaust, I believe, unless they've changed the loot tables, there's Panzerfaust aplenty inside the cable cars if you want to go for a little bit of a gimmick play. But I'm kind of disappointed that we don't see them used because, I mean, if you look at them on the map, those red lines, those are fantastic rotation paths that, I mean, if you need to make them, they're there and they're available.
Yeah. Obviously said though, if you're kind of using it as a last-ditch effort, there's probably a lot of teams around there that can punish you for using, say, cable car.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't think it's the kind of thing you'd be using, say, early phase of a game. You're looting, you want vehicles. Vehicles are always going to be more important as even really just kind of utility to have late game to play behind, cover, etc. Being able to then rotate away even further. One day we'll see someone use it for what it's probably intended for.
I really want to see it. I guess you've got to make sure that point A and point B are clean at the same time, kind of like a bridge. And on Vikendi, I guess it's a little bit harder because they're all like they're point-to-point high ground, both angles.
Could you play it as like a 2-2 split?
Yeah, you can. But then, of course, we go back to what you said and you give up vehicles if that's your only rotation option.
Yeah, that is true. And if you think about it, even if you've got, say, 2 vehicles on either side of the cable car and then 2 kind of then rotate over, then you're leaving 2 vehicles behind. So, yeah, it's a very situational, niche thing that you're just not going to see that often. But when we do see it one day, we're going to be like, I'm
going to be happy, man.
2.5 minutes till phase 2 here, and still not a single peep from this server. 64 players entered, 64 players are still here, 7.5 minutes into what is our 4th match of the night for the last chance qualifiers. If you're just joining, this is the LCQ for the PUBG Asia Super Cup. We've already had 8 teams qualify for the grand final, which is from the group stage. That was Buriram United, Theraton 5, Q Confirmed, Purple Mood, Savage Man Esports, Fury, Exo Clan, and Cerberus, the top teams from APAC, and rightfully so have qualified. But as you can clearly see here on the leaderboard, and bottom 8 will be eliminated from this tournament. Things not going so well for a couple of our other top teams, the likes of Daytrade, Archangel Predator, Armory Gaming, even Unicorn Cyber, not really having the best of times, although they are in 8th right now, 13 points. They are the cutoff position as it stands. Newhouse Esports in the blue, but getting a pickup, and they'll be able to get a nice rotate from the very, very, very northern side. I believe this is the observatory from what I could tell. And it's going to give them a big lift all the way to Dakamesto.
Should be one of the perfectly timed ones as well for the Zone 2 pop. So they should be able to choose where they want to go and just kind of hope that it's not taken up. This is NGE. Again, I was wondering what they were going to do when it comes to this city. They've opted to, I guess they kind of want to get out of here now that TE's arrived. They have FAP all the way down to the south on top of that hill just south of this city. And I think the rest of them are going to get out of here as well. They could leave one, because if it does get fed, you want to have one in the city just as a fallback plan, but maybe at this point you'd rather just group up and go a little bit more central. I don't know. I think now that I'm looking at the map stream, it looks like they're staying, just getting the hell away from TE. I think they cause a bit too much pressure for NGE. Nosh as well. Sitting, are they kind of camping maybe? Baiting a little bit? Nah, they're taking shots. They're being loud. FTF's right next to them as well, so they should know. Or they're Although they are a little bit off-centered towards the north. I'm wondering about their options when it comes south. I suppose for a lot of these teams right now, that Deca Mesto in the center of the map, that's a last chance play for a lot of these teams. Just send it in there if the circle's really rough for you, and you can kind of bank on that being viable.
Former IGL Puchil's dead for day trade, down to 3. Their woes continue. Even still here on Vikendi, even with a rather central position, they've managed to lose 1. Alongside the fact that AAP again haven't done that well here to begin this game. Our matchup graphic today has very much been a curse. All the other days it was fine. The teams are doing great.
That circle.
Yeah, that circle shift has popped massively down to the south. Big chunk of water as well. So limiting the amount of availability for phase 2 for these teams. Day Trade's in the center of all of this. Don't be surprised if Day Trade's dead inside the next 5 minutes. They're going to need to get to a really good spot. Again, Neurons has got his work cut out for him. This is a last-second IGL pick. I don't even know where the hell you go. There's going to be a lot of teams trying to fill into this circle for phase 2. They're going to be coming in late as well, so you might feel like, oh, we get a spot, everything's fine, and then 2 teams just send it in your location like 2-3 minutes later.
Oh, look at them. They can't really figure out where they want to go either.
They're going around the circle.
Exactly. You're looking at them on the map like 30 seconds ago and you think, okay, they're going to be one of the first teams south. Now they're being leapfrogged by a couple teams. They're taking shots on the way. Neurons goes down. It's TE who they're competing with, and there's no chance you compete with a TE like this. Day Trade, what is that? 3 points out of 4 games now. They need a miracle.
I mean, look, I'm going to say, if I could see that coming, how did they not see this coming? I said it. I'm like, they're going to be dead in 5 minutes. Like, they need to do something crazy here. And you know what they do, Russell? They go around in a circle. I'm watching them on the map. They start heading south. I think they spotted DK at the crates. And then they're like, oh, let's not do that. So then they go back. And then who's behind them? The Expendables. And then they're like, oh, we're dead. And that's where indecision is such an important factor in PUBG or decision making in general. You don't want that indecision. That's what happened there. There's calls probably going on that are then changed last second, and then you end up doing nothing and you die.
Yeah,
they are dead last. And again, back on day 1 of groups, they played 4 games, had 1 point. Well, they've played 4 games, they've got 3 points.
Yeah.
So from 8 games at this tournament, they've gotten 4 points.
Okay, when you put it like that for a team of this stature, that is unbelievable stuff. That decision there, though, that's one of those things where, because it's on the fly, you can't plan. You can't go, okay, this is our first pick, and then this compound's our backup. If that's taken, then this is our backup. That said, that was a very sudden shift. So they know what soft side of the circle is going to be. I can't help but feel like, unless there was some other circumstances we weren't aware of, that should have been a commitment all the way south as soon as they saw TE on their west.
Yeah, well, we're beating it to death.
That's okay.
Has gotten a bear.
That's the second bear killed this game. No one dying to them, which is good. Everyone's aware. That's what we like to see. We don't want to see any bear deaths.
I haven't seen a bear death this tournament yet in any of the days, so that's good to see. Man, I'm looking at the map stream right now. Shout out LPL_play for the map stream, but there is a lot of space. Like,
yeah. Hey, I thought you said we weren't going to beat it to death.
I know, but I can't help it. There's also, like, I'm also referencing the map right now and talking about the fact that everyone's... Look at the amount of space. Like, no one else is fighting because there's so much space. How is it that only Day Trade couldn't figure out where to go?
Yeah. Rough. I mean, there's not much more to say. I feel like it should have just been a commitment.
Southwest, a little bit of a push out of Winery. We've got PMA, Armory Gaming, FW. My goodness, this...
More water?
Circle, well... I don't know if you say more water, but maybe the same kind of ratio of water for phase 3 is not that ideal. There's, again, though, less space now. We're taking out a lot of those snow mountains from this server. PMA lose 2. Bot Fluke, James combined, the 2 from Thailand. As Shanks looking to try and finish off IMP. Valuable points for Armory Gaming. Only 10th at the moment, not inside of the top 8. Looking to keep in touch with Newhouse Esports and Nosh. As Bot Fluke will confirm Jervis and PMA. Only the 6 points now through 4 matches. Not ideal. They get taken out. Second team eliminated here on Vikendi, but a big 5 points for FW, and they are very slowly picking up their form to the team that we expected from the Thai series.
Yeah. PMA, though, first in the PUBG Master League. Not really showing it in the last chance qualifiers. Some good caliber players on that team as well. Jervis, SGD player, attended multiple APGC. And nothing out of them so far. Man, he's looking at NGE, but it looks like NGE is kind of leapfrogging FTF right now. Thank God for FTF, they have Teddy close inside zone. This compound is occupied, Nosh. You're going to have to try share it, but I don't know how viable sharing this compound is. It's not entirely like Tego, where you can spread multiple teams across one compound. That said, this compound is long enough where they can do it, although Nosh are going to be so limited for space. What are they going to have, 2 buildings? Maybe 3 if they're lucky, and then NHE are going to have not only more buildings, but they've got T1 there on the south, who can have a kind of an off angle towards Nosh as well. So if they try anything dirty, if they try to push towards NHE, you can guarantee that NHE are going to be looking for it and aware of it. This is really rough for Nosh. I mean, you've given up so much information, so much space. But that said, from an emergency parachute, a spot like this without dying, I suppose you'll take it.
Yeah, I think you're overplaying this a little bit, because there's enough room to just be neighbors. NHA have certainly got a lot more from this position in this compound. They'll be a threat for sure, but you know, it goes both ways. They're not really going to be in a spot to kind of push Nosh and get too aggressive. I think Newhouse will just kind of ride this out, let them sit by. They'll keep an eye on them. No one else can now push this position at the try intersection. Circle, though, has far more potential to hard shift north. That's my thinking here in the next 15 seconds. Don't be surprised if that intersection is actually not going to be in after this. Then you got to think about, how do you push out? They will need this circle to be very kind here. Phase 4, as it pops, 5 seconds from now. Does it stay in for Nosh, for New House Esports? Yeah, barely.
Yeah.
That's okay. I mean, that they're in, but again, it's not an ideal position. I don't think that circle's kind for either of those two teams. The NHE is not going to be super happy with that. Arctic's kind of okay. I mean, Godspot now for Unicorn Cyber, and dare I say, must get some very valuable points from this, despite the fact they've only got the 3 players alive. That is Godspot in terms of compound. FTF could push in from the hill onto them, and they've got vehicles to do it. That's probably their main threat.
I'm going to respectfully disagree. I think NHE spot is great. I think NHE spot is great, and this was one of my concerns for Nosh. They are so limited in the fact that not only that previous circle did they have 1 building and a fence to work with, but look at them now. They have an opportunity to shoot at rotating teams, sure, but they are so limited in movement. They have to go towards the coast that AG is currently rotating at. And NHE, as soon as I mean, Nosh is the only team on NHE's back. No one else is a threat to NHE at the moment. So Nosh is going to be full focus, and NHE have all the room in the world to take them out. And then, of course, they can just look center. They can look center, they can get info, they've got cars safe in that compound. They can play the terrain outside their compound. I think this is great for NHE. They're going to have so much information, even if all of the space in the center of the circle is taken, like FW, like 4-man Bo's shack over there, or bus stop, whatever that is. NHE is going to know what's what, how many people are where, and they're going to have probably, if this goes smoothly, 4 members to deal with all of it.
See how it pans out. Dr. is knocked down by Hong. Newhouse are very much, from the POV that we're getting of them, having a lot of that information, as you were explicitly stating. Tanvu last up for the Expendables, and even in their worst game so far tonight, they've picked up 4 kills. Tanvu not giving up on this yet, but a very valiant effort comes to an end. 58 points for the Expendables, still firmly in that top spot. I probably put this last chance qualifier 70 to 80 points will be enough, and well, they're obviously almost there with 2 games to go on night 1. So a whole nother night to go. They will go to the grand final. I'm happy to eat my words. If they don't, I'd be incredibly surprised, as the blizzard rolls in on the compound of Unicorn Cyber. On the edge of it is FTF. And yeah, like you said, and now Newhouse can very much keep the pressure on Nosh, who have not moved whatsoever. A bit of a fight between RXC and AAP. That happening over towards the western side, just outside of the circle. Elgin Bot's losing his life to Vinasu, who's had an impact as a substitute. We've had a lot of subs in tonight, Russell, and actually a lot of them have been very impactful. I think it's really sort of highlighting the strength of having a 5-man roster, some even with 6, as to what it can bring in terms of the benefits. I'm not saying every team should have that, as Jun gets the double kill onto an RXC team that's done a terrific job in fighting tonight. 6, 7, 8, 9. Last one up, it does get the knock onto Jun, so a response does come through. Hoang is the other one that's closest. Venomilk and Smell are in a blizzard far away from this fight, so it becomes kind of 1v1 momentarily in this battle between RXC and DK.
Oh, that blizzard. So devastating, or at least it was. But he did allow FW to sneak up to Unicorn Cyber's compound.
Oh, hang
That's my
on.
note from
Four-man
that.
pushing up onto the position of RXC. They are getting shot at by Newhouse Esports, and Ray has been knocked down. Fap getting that knock as well, and he will get the finish off too, despite the shots coming from NHE. Riz finished off. Teddy, FTF, fights happening everywhere, as is the case at times with Vikendi. Armory Gaming cannot survive. 11th they go, and RXC to fall 2. That's 1 and 2 gone here on Vikendi, but such is the nature of the Vietnamese teams. They're fighting, fighting, and fighting, always fighting, and doing it well. 4 kills for RXC, 4 kills for TE. So even in their worst games, still walking away with points and making life difficult for the others to try and overtake their position. That little chimney, oh my goodness, Shinosuke's playing that so well. Neil T still can't get the knock. The SLR shot's not connecting.
If this doesn't work for NHE, then I am devastated. It should, it absolutely should. That is the byproduct of only having one building to work with. You only have so many angles to push. It's very, very inedible. Shinosuke, he's the one to make the play. Udirt is coming to match him. There's already one low. He's got it done though. Udirt down. If he gets a second here, I'm going to call it. It could be done. So much damage dealt. Nosh is actually getting that res as well. This needs to be so much cleaner from NHE. I'm going to eat my words. This has gone absolutely terribly for NHE. What a play from Shinosuke. It's mutual destruction here, to be fair. Neil T on the backside. NHE are guaranteed to lose 2. Nosh will be weakened as well. They're probably going to die as they cross that road. Long K falls back. Not at all what should have happened for Newhouse Esports there. That is just...
It's not like there's other teams really going to greet these two teams either. I mean, Arctics Gaming, you could argue Southside on the hill, but they're already down a player anyway. Omachan getting eyes on this location, so yeah, I guess they will greet them anyway. Neil T, not long for this world. Maybe hoping he can take someone out with him. Pulls the SLR out one final time, but Nosh do fall. And so will Neil T and Newhouse Esports. Both go down simultaneously. Both get a placement point. Both get a couple of kills. It's actually not the worst scenario. 3 kills and 4 kills and a placement point each. They both at least made something out of a pretty rough situation.
Yeah, you got to wonder, though, if NHE dealt with that cleanly, or, honestly, if Nosh dealt with NHE cleanly. They'd be able to then turn their attention to Arctics Gaming, and then they'd have Arctics Gaming control now if they were to win that next fight. It would have been rough, though, either way, I agree. Coming out of that compound when you are both coming out at the same time, it's not usually ideal for any team involved. Arctic spot, though, doesn't look too good. I'll admit to that. They have been a little bit fed, but I don't know if they're going to actually survive. It looks like NGE are getting closer and closer. Do they notice that maybe Arctics is so much more exposed than we originally thought? Fap is on top of that hill. It looks like Arctics might not be much longer for this world.
Nice shots from Carly. Couldn't. Oh, he did get the knock. Last bullet, able to get the head of Vap. He goes down. That's a little peek over the ridge, and he's able to find 1. 2 kills for Arctics this game. Out of that bottom spot. Still bottom 4. Looking to try and go up this leaderboard. Hakai keeping the damage and the pressure on. He knows that Vap is down. Obviously wants to get that kill, but needs to manage his own survival first, and the needs from that. From the future, only the 2 kills, but their positioning this game has been really good. Having to deal with Unicorn Cyber in that compound, playing the hill, really good rotate. They benefit from that. KDR now shooting over towards Smell, even with just the 3x. Very accurate with the mini. Down to the final 5 teams here for Vikendi. And another good game from the likes of NGE, from the likes of FW. DK suddenly with a hefty amount of points. I'm going to say it, Russell, it's a little top heavy-ish, especially when you look at that top 6 in terms of points.
Yeah.
It's not a good sign for those towards the bottom that have started slow, because there's not really a spread of points. It's just the top 6 or so teams that have been very consistent tonight through the first 4 matches.
Yeah, it's not good for those teams with expectations. The teams coming into this maybe, yeah, playing with house money, or maybe a little bit lower on paper, are having a field day. RXC probably the most unexpected one, coming out here looking like they're just having fun, but playing it very well as well. Not to discredit them, they've been fantastic, Thanahan especially. Hakai behind the flaming car, maybe if it wasn't flaming, it wouldn't be as much of a beacon, but it is on fire. And so if someone looks over there, you cannot guarantee he's probably going to call there's a player behind it. DK though, yeah, fantastic from them so far. FTF as well, yeah, you said it. They've been moving a lot, very, very active. And to only have 4 kills for their efforts is probably frustrating for FTF, especially with the high ground they had previously as well. Unicorn Cyber have just done nothing in this compound, playing it very passively. The same with FW. So FTF's kind of side of the circle has just been these 2 teams for the most part, and they're doing absolutely nothing. There's no reason FTF would push into the compound or look for any aggressive, play towards the compound regardless. It's just kind of unlucky that they haven't really caught teams super in the open for the amount of movement that they have had. Although now, well, I guess now they're looking at DK in the open, and potentially if FW and Unicorn Cyber were to get fed in that compound, FTF would have to push.
Ticked over 25 minutes here on Vikendi and almost into phase 7. FW happy to just sit on the backside of this compound. The only team with 4 players alive is from the future, so they've got the numbers.
Ooh.
And I actually don't mind this for them because they can rotate to the south. If I'm certain that NGE position of Hakai, I don't think is visible to the compound. The question is getting down there safely. When you look at like what Danko is doing right now with Smell getting the knock onto Hui KDR, that's kind of the obstacle that does need to be avoided. And now, obviously, Unicorn, with their circle shift and knowing that this compound's no longer in, wants to get involved in the action.
FW, by the way, creeped into this compound during the blizzard, haven't made a peep since. Completely unknown factor to Unicorn Cyber, I'm assuming. What good shots from Shu. Onto DK. That could make it easier for FTF. Raze, he's got to announce himself now. Sapao, gave himself up. Nade's going into that building, but Raze is quick to get out of there onto the backside. Chu is very quick to throw these nades as well, realizing that Raze's position is only going to be that way for so much time. No way FTF don't go south. They realized DK's position was too strong, so into the compound we go.
Man's also been knocked as Daltomix got finished off by that explosion. Smell will benefit for Dankoa, who's had a very good turnaround here on the LCQ. They were bottom 4, Russell, in group stage points, now into the top 3. I did say at the pre-show that there's probably going to be a couple of teams on that right-hand side leaderboard that will make their way into the top 8.
Yep.
Kind of look at probably your Rapsiak Esports, your Dankoa Gaming, Nosh right now there as well. So there has been a couple. We'll jump around looking for information, but 9 kills for Dankoa. It's been a good turnaround for them. This game's not over just yet, though. Don't count out FW. 2 players up. FTF, though, they're dead sure. Oh, I think...
The toe! Get the toe! Get the toe!
Well, he finally is. I thought the first couple of shots were landing. I was a bit confused. Maybe it was like a rendering thing if there was something blocking it. But, hey, he continued to keep fighting through. Did get the knock. Chance, though, for KDR to get the res. It is available. And it is very much a safe res.
I feel like we haven't seen much of DK this game, unless I'm misremembering. I feel like we're here now, we're seeing them in the end game, and they've got 9 kills. We know they've played this side well, otherwise they wouldn't be in this spot. But I guess I'm forgetting how they got to 9 kills in the first place. Either way, I think Destroy's wanting to make his way out of the compound, or put himself in a spot where he can get placement points. I suppose that's the play for every team that isn't Dankoa Gaming at the moment. FTF, they've got 2, so maybe they think they've got a little bit of a chance. If they can knock Hoang, actually, he's on the off angle. He's out of zone 2. That could be a little bit of an opening for every person in this compound right now. From the future deciding to push towards the solos. This could end disastrously if they were to pull this off cleanly. The prone, sometimes it pays off. That time it did not. 6 sacks, 1 HP though. Destroy might come out on top of this. Nice trade from Teddy, but the Blues closing in. What good shots from Vinamilk though. No chance that Teddy was going to get across that opening in the compound. So yeah, Unicorn Cyber, there's Destroy, claiming a little cheeky 2nd place for the team.
Yeah, and it's going to be a win for Dankoa Gaming. Really well deserved too, out on that western side. Had to find a couple of teams, pushed a few. I thought it was going to be the more open side of this kind of field as well, where it was not going to be easy, but credit to them. Well deserved, and now looking very likely they're going to get up into 2nd place. In the, yeah, I didn't see much from Dankoa back in the group stage that made me believe they could be like a grand final team. But from what I've seen of them tonight, they kind of look a little bit rejuvenated. Venomilk 666 has made his way into the roster, and he's not fragging, but maybe having a bit more of a supportive role and allowing the others to be more free has kind of been a gift for them. Obviously, Destroyer's not going to give up on this. Gets not going to smell. 1v2.
I got a bad feeling about this.
Well, I'm just starting to think that there is an opportunity. He's got a defensive smoke out, good tree line to play, and Hoing's getting very aggressive. He gets knocked, and then it's just a straight 1v1. They haven't really played the numbers here, Wild DK. They are giving him a couple of 1v1 opportunities. But this pressure here from Hoing, frontline pressure, does maybe allow the revive, and it did. So back to a 3v1. And yeah, really well played.
Well done.
Bit risky, little close for comfort, but a win to win, and it's their first one of the Asia Super Cup for Dankoa Gaming. 11 kill win, up into second place for them. Firmly on their way to the grand finals if they keep this pace.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to see a team that we didn't usually or wouldn't have expected to get a win like that, get a win. And convincingly as well with 11 kills. Yeah, it didn't look like potentially the team we had seen during the group stage at all. Like the way you said rejuvenated, because that's what it looked like. They didn't really play it too aggressively. It didn't look like they were flustered or anything like that. They looked in control of that game the whole time. I feel like the initial spray that Destroy got was just a fantastic spray rather than Dankoa getting flustered or anything like that. So they look good. They look very good.
Yeah, Dankoa's best night back in group stage was a 27-point performance, but clearly already, I think, doubling that here through the first 4 matches of the LCQ. Massive turnaround for them from the group stage. Again, it's not like grand finals locked in, Russell. Don't want to go too early. Plenty of games to be played, but the way that they are playing, they're on the right path.
They are on the right path, along with other teams we wouldn't have expected as well. I said that before we get started that there would be 3 teams in the top 8 that were kind of weaker on paper. Now I'm starting to think there might be like 4 or 5 if it keeps going this way.
Yeah, hard to disagree with you there. Well, that's Vikendi done. Certainly a lot of fun. Day Trade 0, Bears 0 from that game. They match up evenly. Bottom of the table for Day Trade. We'll see if they can turn their fortunes around when we come back from the break on Miramar.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
Feeling a little bit salty about that one because that was so clean from Akita and Monty, but there it's on 5. If they get away with this.
Hang on, this nade. We didn't quite follow it immediately, and it's amazing from Akita.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapons dealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, We also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in this tech-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a Battle Ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Well, we head to Miramar for matches 5 and 6 tonight of the last chance qualifiers. That means already 4 matches have been played, Russell. It goes quick for these teams. If you start slow, your opportunities do run out rather quickly. Day trade, of course, has been a big talking point today. But again, all of the wrong reasons. A team with so much experience, a team that is so strong on paper. We've seen them together basically the last 4 years. 3, I guess, to include Belmore. I've never seen them like this before. I've never seen them this disjointed. They look disorganized. They're making wrong calls. They're spinning around in a circle. On night 1 of group stage, for those that missed it, they had four matches played, 1 point. And they turned it around after that. Night 2, they picked up 53 points. They looked great. They brought it back. It just wasn't enough, right? It was too little too late, and night 1's performance cost them. I said 2 nights ago, Russell, they've got the form and momentum now. They'll carry that into the last chance quals. I don't know what has happened. Whatever happened yesterday has screwed them. 4 matches played, 3 points. We're back to square one.
It's funny because I feel like an IGL change shouldn't have this much of an impact if you potentially have a solid co-IGL. If there's that secondary voice in the team to make up for the slack of a potentially new IGL, then maybe it shouldn't be this disastrous, but maybe they don't have that voice. I don't know the inner workings of the team, but yeah, either way, it's been a disaster.
It certainly has been. Let's go to a comparison, though, that is a little bit more friendly, a little bit more fun. Right now, it's 8th and 9th on the leaderboard, which is Unicorn Cyber and Newhouse Esports. And hey, more Vietnam action. Why not? They've been sensational tonight. 21 points, 18 points. That's the gap. It's only 3 right now for Newhouse Esports. That they're behind Unicorn Cyber. It's not really a whole lot. And clearly, though, you know, these are the kind of teams that I'm expecting to be fighting for top 8. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them both in there when it's all said and done. But clearly an opportunity for everyone still below these 2 teams that are below 8 and 9, that it's not like these guys are that far out in front. You could, like, even a day trade can go and get a 10-kill win. Suddenly they're back up in 8th.
Yeah, I mean, if they keep up this kind of performance, then it's going to be a repeat of group stage day 3, where they're on the cusp and they're potentially just going to have to... I mean, you don't want to leave it until the last game, right? Right now, they're in 8th and 9th, like you said, but they want to push themselves up there. They don't want to be in the spot where they're fighting for 8th by the end of the 12 games. Definitely not.
Yeah, only the 6 placement points, by the way, for Newhouse Esports. Their biggest strength back in the Vietnam series of 4 was actually chicken dinners. They had the 3rd most, even though they finished 7th in the series. So that's actually quite significant. I guess not really the biggest of fragging teams, especially in a region that is very strong for fragging. So something to kind of keep an eye on, I guess, to see if they can get themselves back into those late game positions. We've seen it, I think, maybe once or twice tonight. The way that obviously tonight has panned out, as we just saw it there, 2 matches to go as per the schedule too. Miramar is where we head to next, Russell, and yeah, looking forward to this and to see which teams can, you know, turn it around, because you do want to end the night on a good note. Obviously, we come back tomorrow night, which is where we'll get the next 6 games after, so you don't get you basically finish tonight, go to sleep, wake up tomorrow, practice a little bit, and then straight back into the games. It's not like you get a whole week off, you can scrim, you can VOD review. You don't get any of that here. It's just non-stop action. So it does make you wonder, especially if like day trade changing up IGLs mid-tournament, question marks there. But in fairness, a lot of other teams have brought in things like substitutes. So it's not as if everyone else is like core 4 and playing clean. We're seeing a lot of subs come in and make some really good hay in the tournament so far.
That's why I think there's something really wrong going on over at Day Trade, because you would expect all these other teams who are constantly chopping and changing rosters to be incredibly inconsistent. And to be fair, maybe some of them are, but they're not doing as bad as Day Trade. I think we should honestly stop talking about Day Trade for now. I think we've beaten that horse to death more times than we should. But if they do something bad, then we will rightly criticize, as we have the right to do. But maybe in these break scenarios we can let off a little bit and praise some teams or criticize some other teams that are doing bad. Maybe we should just, I don't know, maybe we should do that. I'm starting to feel bad for their trade.
But you know why though, Russell, right?
Yes,
it's only because the expectations, it's only because of how good they are, how good they've been, and how good I know they can be. And that's the only reason why. I love Day Trade. I've been casting them for over the last 4 years, and I've seen them at their highest of highs. Right now, sadly, seeing at the lowest of lows. They can turn it around. There is still time. Hence why we just highlighted the 2 teams in 8th and 9th as of the current game, Newhouse and Unicorn. You can see that on the leaderboard now. Armory Gaming, 16 points. They picked up 6 kills that last game. So, you know, getting that leaderboard ticking along. A couple of other teams, though, and I will agree with you. We don't want to, just beat on Day Trade. They're just the main topic. That's all
Jake, what about AAP? You got expectations for them?
I do have expectations for them, and they've kind of let me down a little bit today. They've not been at their best. 9 points through the first 4 matches is, not ideal, clearly. And they got nothing. I think it's their last 2 games, actually. They've got nothing. If I'm correct, their first 9 points were on Erangel. Yeah. So nothing Tago, nothing Vikendi. Now we head to Miramar. Maybe, I guess, a bit of an old staple could help them out here in collecting some points. They didn't have any bad nights, Archangel. I want to say this about them. Back in the group stage, 30 points, 33 points. Like, those aren't bad nights. It just doesn't get you top 8. You didn't have like a banging night where you went and got like, your 50 to 60 points. That's all they basically missed. It was one of those nights where you just really pop off. So at no point did they have like a super bad night. Right now, though, unfortunately, in the last chance qualifiers is kind of where they're having, said bad night. And I don't even know the reason really for it, because they're such a good fragging team. You would expect them to do well in these early game fights. It's not really happening. So I guess maybe that's something you could pinpoint as to a reason why they are struggling a little bit tonight.
I was going to say that you beat me to it, to be honest with you. I was going to say when teams like AAP or like your TEs as well, who are just so good at getting those kills, go into a lobby like this that's weaker than the previous one we had on paper, you go, okay, well, they're kind of destined to make it. We look at that, and I look at it that way when we go into international events as well. If there's a team I know is consistently getting kill points, then when they go into, say, the losers bracket or the last chance qualifiers in international events, I'm usually pretty confident in them, because I know that in weaker lobbies, it's easier to get the kill points. A lot of teams are kind of caught off guard. It's also a lobby you don't really kind of prep for. You prep for the group stage, you prep for potentially winners and grand finals, but last chance quals, you kind of prep for that during the event. So it can kind of throw you off guard, and then teams, obviously, that are ready for whatever comes their way will benefit. That circle, what is that, like 50% water if you take out the islands? Because I don't think we're going to the islands, but that is very rough. Honestly, telegraph circle as well, like most of these are in PUBG Esports nowadays, but it doesn't really change how rough it is.
No, it certainly doesn't. Yeah, I agree with you there. I think about 50% water. I don't really count the islands in that situation. Can go there, but it's so unlikely. Yeah, when you're in this position, Russell, that's when you want it to go there. When you're in the server, you certainly don't. I think we typically see these kind of circles finish out probably around where Long K is, or south of Impala. There's those fields that get a lot of action with this kind of circle. So I think that's probably something to keep an eye on, how these teams do play from that area. So your Newhouse Esports, your Arctics Gaming towards Porto Paraíso. So, but we just highlighted Newhouse, so a good opportunity for them. And I mean, I'm pretty sure I just said that they got a lot of really high chicken dinners back in the Vietnam Series of Falls. Yeah, third most. So this is the kind of circle. And again, I know it's phase 1. You don't ever want to overplay it, but this circle, get good position. And the one thing you can do with these circles in terms of water circles is you can kind of have a lot stronger guesswork when it comes to phase 4. So yeah, I'm curious to see how they do this game. There's something to kind of keep in the back of the mind. TE already on a very early rotate too in that direction. So understanding that position is going to be key for a circle like this, phase 1. Those teams that are close by get to the best spots as soon as you possibly can.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. When the zone has this much water, yeah, you're spot on. It does take out a lot of the guesswork, and certain positions become much higher priority than others would if there was a lot less water in the zone. This is why you see TE gun it straight to this position, because not only does it give you access to the unplayables, but also gives you access to where Newhouse are right now, which is another priority position. Very good intersection spot where you can kind of play to really wherever in this zone, up to the unplayables, down to the field, so it doesn't really matter. Delwyn, though, is completely unaware that it is currently occupied. Long K, if he's looking through those windows, Delwyn should be a dead man, but Delwyn's done it smart and taken to these ridges to do some scouting, although for a moment there it looked pretty dodgy. I don't think Long K spotted him either, so if Delwyn gets the first spot, he could get a free knock.
Andrew, creeping on up. Something to kind of keep an eye on there. Obviously, Delwyn just scoping out, not really pushing into the warehouse. And 4-man Bo have arrived, by the way, behind the Expendables. Don't be surprised if they turn their attention to that fight. The way that Duck Juice is looking back, it's like, you guys all right? You guys are good? We don't have to come over? Yeah, right. So he's almost dead. Nice shots from Tampu. I would guess with the Dragonov hitting the majority of those to get him down to 1 HP. And shooting far enough that it's not like they're close to Newhouse, of which Rosu's dead. Rosu's dead.
Oh,
I mean, the others might not be, though. Dahlia knocked out by Neil T. Good start. And again, yeah, that's 2 knocks for 4-man Bo. And Raisei so low. Reiwa start. Oh, still up. And Raisei got a heal off. This is not over just yet. Maybe I went a little too early. Reload. He didn't have the bullets in the chamber to fire that shot through the window. And what kind of want to see how that one ends up. And yeah, Reiwa does get the kill onto U-Dirt. It's done actually quite well to cut that little split.
I didn't think it was going to go that way at all. I thought, yeah, right, you say was dead for certain on that entry, but no one was looking his way. I guess they were focusing on all the other cars, so he kind of got away with it. On 1 HP too. Just blow on him, and he dies. Unicorn Cyber. I wasn't actually looking at the kill feed. Did they get 1 on that rotate? I'm not entirely sure. 4-man Bo, though, they went a different direction. And, well, they got ripped apart by Arctics. Ryusei's still here. Dealing with Neil T, sharing it with Neil T. Wonder what Neil T's plan is. The rest of Newhouse are still safe inside that that printer compound there. I don't really know what that building's called nowadays. Either way, TE's trying to get involved. That was Delwyn. He was here the whole time from the start, trying to get involved in this compound, trying to scout it out, trying to get it done. And when we come back to him after a few minutes of action, he's still on those ridges. I don't know whether that's indecision or waiting for his team to make a play, and he was just kind of the linchpin or the playmaker in that spot. Either way, it cost him his life. He dies to the team on top of the unplayables. Newhouse now trying to make sure that they don't lose control of this compound that they've had since the very start. This is so odd. Usually in a spot like this, you see teams get this compound and bunk it down. They're watching every angle, and not usually would you see teams crash, but that's not the case. TE are here, and they're making it work. The 0777 goes down. Oh, come on. You've got to get him with the prone. I was going to say Long K. He kind of has the advantage here and makes it work with all 3. That is stunning. Sometimes the prone just pans out.
Yeah, it certainly does. I think the smoke also aiding him there.
Yeah.
So the Expendables go out. 58 points for them. They only got 4 in their Vikendi match, Russell. Well, I guess you could say that's momentum that has been halted a bit. If you go back to Raisei, who I'm surprised is even still alive in this game. Somehow the crash worked for him on 1 HP, and he beat the battle against LT. Oh, yes, just barely. Yeah, barely because of 1 HP.
Oh, yeah,
Difference maker. 4-man Bo eliminated. Not good for them. They were 11 points behind Nosh. Now the team from Japan. And they will not get any more points this game, just the singular kill. But massive for Newhouse Esports that they only lost to 1 player throughout all of that. I know we talked about their position, Russ, but 5 kills for 1 death. You take that every day of the week.
Yeah, absolutely do. DK, good last game. Maybe in a bit of strife for this game. Trying to save Jun. Hoang's here in the ridges in the field. He's got backup all the way on top of the unplayables as well. Something tells me it's not going to be enough, though. That's a long way from those unplayables to hit consistent shots. Consistent shots enough to stop the likes of Arctics Gaming from getting involved. Vinamilk, though, he's the playmaker right now. I think he's known about, though, because Uka's looking this way. Or maybe he's going back for a car. Maybe he isn't known about this. Could be the difference maker. Could keep 4 alive for DK right now, although Jun is getting lower and lower by the second. Minimorg needs to get something done. He is on a timer right now. On this flank position, usually you want to be able to take your time and get it done on your terms, but I think they gave up Jun. He doesn't want to die either in that spot. No point making the play if Jun's going to die regardless, so both teams now going their separate ways.
Now, strange old start for Miramar too, because
This is weird.
Mainly me. I always talk about how it's very slow to begin with. And I felt like throughout all of the group stage, like the Miramar games were just, you know, maybe 3 to 4 deaths inside the first 15 minutes. Well, we've lost 14 players. We've had some great fights all around the map. How much of that really is down to this first circle, though? Probably a lot. You could attribute it to the phase 1 circle, but well done to Newhouse. They got aggressed. It was, you know, the Expendables. It was 4-man bow. And they dealt with both of them. Only lost the 1 player. Now we go back into that little lull. 25 seconds till phase 2, which may kick it up again if we do get a massive shift. Nice shot from Xiaofeng with the Mark 12. I'm with you in agreement, Russell. I want this island finish. I haven't had one for a very long time. I don't think it's the circle for it. The phase 1 circle doesn't really give me hope that it'll go there. It could still have a bit of fun, though.
Please, please, please. Oh, it's gone south, I think.
I can't tell, actually,
I can't
from
tell
that
either,
mini-map. We need to see the map here.
Give us the map, man. I need to see it. Ah, it's gone all the way south. Map stream's caught up. Map feed's caught up. Very south. Puerto Paraiso owns a large chunk of that. And Day Trade in the center. Let's go.
Well, an opportunity for Day Trade does present itself. Most firmly.
That's so far south, not even they're prepared for it.
Spray from Jing on the road towards Nosh on the move. They can't even believe it.
Jing?
Yeah, not sure what just happened there.
He's lost it. It's fine. I think he'll get it eventually. Emergency parachute though, Armory Gaming. Taking a coastal spot, which I don't mind. In fact, I kind of like it. They'll commit Shanks to this roof and he'll be the turret on top of this compound, and the rest of Armory Gaming will spread along the compound. Not only is this good to catch people on rotates or people really desperate for a spot in zone, but it's also fantastic because the water basically acts as the blue. That's your back clear. You don't have to worry about that. You can fight from the coast with a very clear mind. Fap's done a lot of damage with this M249. No need to worry about bullets. He's got that extended mag. Lots of bullets. He even did a ton of damage to the wheels on that car as well, but PMA will just scrape by him. Dangerous, even by himself, as long as you've got enough bullets in the tank.
Uka eliminated by Elgin bots. Very much needed points for Archangel Predator. Honestly, south side of this circle, you've got Armory Gaming in a good position. You mentioned Day Trade. PMA's just rotated in, and Danko as well. 3 players, but in good position. Porto Paraíso is, getting a little stack too with AAP, Arctics. Pixel Stars may make their way in, and Newhouse and Nosh renewing pleasantries as Haribo is going to lose his life. Oh, bit of milk with a nice little angle onto the oncoming PMA. I am Pete, though. He stopped a little bit earlier, and for good reason. And he gets the knock and flush onto Vinamilk. So DK down to 2. Good crash here for PMA. So far working out really well for them. Only Lunlun has been knocked. Really smart from Pete to not overcommit into the compound, instead electing to stop earlier and kind of play like an anchor role. And he's done a good job to help them win this compound.
Yeah.
I don't know if they actually know where the last 2 players are with the way that Teddy's throwing these nades. It probably screams to me that they aren't quite sure, but I think he's just doing that so that Lunlun can get revived safely as KDR gets eliminated. FTF have also been a bit quiet in the last couple of games. This is good news for the teams down towards the bottom. You kind of look at that leaderboard. AG 2 kills, Arctics 3, 2 for PMA, 1 for AAP, 1 for 4-man both, but they're eliminated. So getting involved. It's 9 kills though for Newhouse Esports as Rapsiak eliminated, 43 points for them. They certainly don't have enough where they can kind of just sit and get nothing for the rest of this particular stage of the tournament, but they do have enough credits in the bank that they can probably close tonight out around the 40s and then come tomorrow to get the last remaining 20 to 30 points.
A lot of those teams as well actually in good spots, now that you mention it. AG, Arctics, PMA, Day Trade. I mean, you mentioned all of them, and look at that map. They're in fantastic spots to do well. But yeah, I mean, you called it out correctly. Pete makes that doable. Without Pete, that crash goes a very different way. There is no pressure on DK to get out of there. Instead, they can stay and limit them. Day Trade. It's up to Day Trade, I suppose, whether or not they want to commit all to the warehouse on the top side or keep players low in that low part where they are now. This double white can be great for looking across the road. And to be fair as well, it's not usually a spot that's pushed. You can leave the one closest to the road because that's the one that's going to get breached or approached from the road, either way. You can leave that one alone and play this spot until you get forced out of it. Day Trade, they're in a spot that I'm sure they have played thousands of times. And they all know how to play it instinctually. They probably all know how this circle goes as well. They've always, I mean, you know, they've got their lines in mind. Wherever this circle goes, they're going to kind of know how to play it. Just comes down to the execution. Armory Gaming as well, set up on that coast. As I said, they're going to reference the map stream a lot, LPL_play, so you know what obscure reference I'm making in real time. But Armory Gaming set up nicely on the coast. Nice 2-2 split, Unicorn Cyber. Putting themselves in a spot they probably not, I mean, they definitely don't want that. You look at that map, you're totally limited by NGE. You can't go north, because the only way to go north is through the tunnel, and then you'd come out with no vehicles and straight into the waiting arms of NGE. And if you go south, you're going to have to wrap all the way towards FW if you want to avoid NGE. So Unicorn Cyber not in an ideal spot right now. This next zone is going to be the thing to help them out, if anything. And I suppose we get to see whether these splits remain, whether Day Trade chooses to group up or stay split. I want to see them stay split, because in a spot like this, you stay 2-2 split and you get as many kills as you can. You're bottom of the leaderboard. I mean, you have a lot to lose, but at the end of the day, you have to play like you have nothing to lose and just farm as much as you can.
Yeah, and it's not even like a super aggressive 2-2 split.
No, exactly.
Where they can't even cover each other. It's basically next door neighbors kind of split. So I agree. Yeah. I think this is really Day Trade's best chance. If they don't get anything from this game, you may as well just say tournament over. I don't even think that's really being too harsh. I'm not saying they're going to go and get like a 20 bomb, Russ. Like at times with these kind of circles, when there's really not many teams playing center and everyone's kind of edge playing, it means that you're limited in terms of the amount of kills you can get. Sure, you might get that chicken dinner, but it ends up being like a 5K win. That's still 15 points. That would still shoot them right up to about 10th and give them the confidence that they probably need at the moment. I mean, I don't know what the inner workings are, but I can't imagine the team confidence is too high, too sky high. So this could be and should be Day Trade's game to find some form. Otherwise, it will go from bad to worse. And even a circle like that, I think is still fine for them. Because actually, you know what's interesting about this is those teams on the south side may elect to push past them.
Yeah.
And gives them an opportunity to actually now collect kills. And then when it's all said and done, by the end of this game, they can be the ones pushing out of the compound, roaming, getting kills. The only thing will be if they have to cross road late game. But there's not many teams on the north side. You got Newhouse, you got FTF. Obviously AAP if they push out of Porto Paraíso. And then so if it gets to a point late, like super late game, where they're like trying to cross road and the team's on the hill, that I could envision being a bit of a disaster. But you would hope by then they've done it earlier.
Yeah, well, I think I agree with you. A lot of the teams on the south are going to send it past them into those dips that they're probably eyeing. That's good for Day Trade in the sense that they know those teams are there and they can just util bomb the hell out of them and deal with them on their own terms. That said, my other worry was teams creeping up. DK is getting close to Day Trade's compound right now, and teams can get dangerously close to the low side double whites if they wanted to. But right now, we've got more urgent fights, more urgent things to deal with. FTF have found themselves inside one of the dips that these teams are going to be eyeing. They're going to be happy to sit here for a while. Not like you can get too much done. You can to the north if you're FTF, but obviously a lot later on when you know, teams are occupied fighting and finished looking your way. So they're kind of fine right now. DK is still getting very close. Yeah, look at this. Silent as well. This could be disastrous for Day Trade. In fact, it could be even more disastrous if DK decide to not activate yet and just wait until it's just DK on Day Trade's backside. That's probably worst case scenario for Day Trade.
Yeah. Much agree. FTF have not really moved much this game at all, and now we start to see the And trailing amount of teams making their way up from the south side, trying to get better position inside of this phase 4 circle. Capybara knocked down by Tede. They've kept themselves quiet, but now get involved. Capybara finished off, and Xiaofeng knocked down. It's not good here on the rotate for Pixel Stars down in the bottom 2. I think they're going to remain there, if not maybe take that last place position when Daytrade collect some points from this match, as they should. The 2-man DK has pushed up to Flash and Poochils in their compound. Credit to Daytrade as well, not buckling, not giving up that 2-2 split, holding both compounds, backing themselves in as they should. I would imagine other teams in this scenario, with the way the day has been going, and arguably this tournament, Russ, they would have probably given this up and just said, "Oh, we'll play as 4." But they've backed themselves in here.
I mean, too experienced to know that that's their undoing, right? They know if they go into that mindset, then it's over.
It's easy to go into your shell when it's not working out.
I suppose so. They're not aware of DK either. I'm getting real nervous, but that'll happen later on. PMA kind of stuck to in that dip that's fantastic for them earlier on, and if it shifted this way, then that's one of those dips you can fight out of and have a fantastic game from. But not this time around. That's a lot of open space that NGE can look at, and then, I mean, what's your next plan? You send it straight into Unicorn Cyber, who are playing probably how they should in their current spot. If you get too aggressive, then Daytrade's going to look at you, so is NGE. You kind of have to prone. You don't really have much choice. If I'm NGE right now, though, I am absolutely loving life. Just on the edge of circle, still with the high ground. Oh, yeah, you're right. They are. Now's a good time to group. No way.
Nurse is knocked on the rotate. A one-tap headshot from Dynasty, or maybe a double, but either way, Nuren's dead. I mean, he gets to play IGL from the grave. That's what can happen if you do kind of risk it. I don't think they did anything wrong. All they've done is just waited for phase 5 and played off that information. Group up as 4. They'll push out of the compound together. Now they've got a 2-man DK at their front door as well. New Generation Esports out towards the very far west of this circle. There's not really much near them. A 2-man FW Esports to their north. That's about it. Here's the 3-man for Daytrade Gaming. And this is where you can start to second guess yourself. How much information do they have here? Clearly not aware that DK are where they are located. Very quietly, though, Erangel Predator having a decent little game and having a big fight maybe over towards with FTF as we switch over to it in a very timely manner. Knock onto Teddy to start with. Very strong. No nades for Elgin Bots, trying to finish him off and just get the flush. All points so important for Erangel Predator. Bots then as well when got Delta Mix. He didn't have much more ammunition available. And that M4 16 now reloads and heals up. And they are winning this fight. Riz at the back for Armory Gaming. He just got the kill onto Carly, pushing through the smoke. Nice kill for Evil Patrick. 5 for AAP, turning their nights around here on Miramar to begin with. Nice, cheeky little headshot. The pressure, though, is mounting. As good as these 5 kills have been for Erangel Predator, they are on the verge of elimination. PMA wiped out by FAP of NGE. Elgin Bots, last one standing. He spots man, gets rid of them into the placement points, at least now for Erangel Predator.
Yeah, well done. Well survived from AAP there, but they've got another onslaught coming their way. AG could choose to push at any moment, but right now it's Newhouse Esports that are their problem. There you go. Long K in the feed, Elgin Bots down, and you can imagine from there it's just NHE taking the high ground and destroying Erangel Predator, who is very, very on the low ground. No other way to put it. Behind this rock, behind the car. Very nadeable as well, malleable too. NHE, there's no reason they should overextend here. They know kind of where he's going to be. And he's going to expose himself as well. That's one nade and you're dead. Long K's getting a little bit aggressive. I don't know if Newhouse know about Armory Gaming, because if they did, then Long K might not be here. And as I say it, he's probably going to lose his life. Down he goes. Oh no, down he goes. Armory Gaming take him out. He's maybe a little bit too aggressive. Didn't really need to move up, but I understand they probably didn't know about Armory Gaming.
Russell, look at that leaderboard. 15 kills for Newhouse Esports. They have completely controlled the north side of this circle. They can do whatever they want now.
Yeah.
They don't even need to play some points. 34 points for them. And again, just further solidifying this lobby is a quite top-heavy lobby. 7th place is on 34 points. Now, 8th place, a little bit more vulnerable to everyone else below them, but that top 7 is looking very difficult to dislodge going into tomorrow. Still one more game after this for tonight. Long K even revived, as Neilty has Godspot looking over, playing Overwatch and allowing them to not push over that hill. Daytrade still haven't pushed out, but a placement point has come their way, courtesy of making it into the top 8. So up to 4 points now from 5 matches. Still not a great figure and still haven't really been able to do much in this game. Despite having a very strong position earlier, they weren't able to do much with it. And now they're actually out of zone and need to start their rotate very soon. 2 minutes, that blue's begun to move.
One of the more rough circles for Day Trade, I think. I mean, of all the circles they could get, one where they're blatantly out of the zone with like no time to work with. Incredibly rough. NGE getting, oh my god, ripped apart. FW, they've been here for quite some time. NGE tried to make the push to take them out, but Razor's there, Sixax is there with a fantastic defense. 1 HP on Raze. He'll get that heal off. Fap prone on the road with that M249 from earlier. These flashes come out. These flashes have to be for any one of these players to push, make that happen. And of course, he's a little bit blind, and Fap will get it done. 4 kills to his name. That M249 ringing very loudly in this server right now. But back to Day Trade, I feel like, and I really do feel like they could have controlled the teams around them a lot better this game. Made it so that they're not in this situation. Because right now, you know what's going to happen. DK's going to activate. Armory Gaming's already across the road. Unicorn Cyber's on their left. They're just going to get ripped apart as they make this push.
Noelmont's making the cross over the road into the crate. Loses his life. Only Pilgil's left. It's a double knock. It's a triple knock. Wiped out. 2 points for Day Trade this game. 2 placement points. 0 kills. 5 points from 5 matches, and 1 point a game is just not the kind of ratio that's going to get you into the grand finals. And that 8th spot, Russell, it's going to be extended because Unicorn Cyber and Armory Gaming are both still alive in the 8th and 9th position. It's going to be even further. It's going to be even harder to get into that top 8. It's going to be gatekept even more so by the end of this game.
Yeah.
And New Generation Esports far more consistent so far tonight in the last chance qualifiers than what we saw from them in the group stage. This is what I expected from NGE after night number 1, or after really the first 2 games. They've been a lot more consistent, far more involved in these fights. Every single map, they are relevant. Nice nade from Fab. Even Hudak getting a little bit of damage from the nade. And he put the M249 even further to work. No more frag grenades available. Flash to go over, and he's getting pushed. I think he's getting aggressive. He may be okay with that. Oh, the timing of the duck. He goes prone, and he allows Hakai to play cover fire. Gets the kill onto the emerging Hudat. 10 kills for NGE. They go to 50 points, and they're starting to make their position to the grand final look all but sealed. Going into tomorrow, T1 706 wiped out. Newhouse down to just 2 players, 1 that's still currently available. Armory Gaming with 3 players up, 10 kills. That top 8 is looking to really solidify. You look at your Unicorns, your Noshes, your AAPs. They're already so far behind the top 8 in general, even 8th.
This is so dangerous, man. So dangerous if you look at that leaderboard. Armory Gaming as well, they're in a fantastic spot to extend that lead. NHE also decent for potentially a second here if Neil T can clutch it up. Fap just looks like he's having fun. DK, by the way, they didn't activate until, I think, right now. I don't think they shot at Day Trade as they went across the road. I don't think they did anything. I think they were just in on the edge of zone enough, at least as it was coming in, where they decided to finally activate onto NGE as their first kind of foray into this game. And now they've got, well, a good 40% of the zone. If it decides to shift back their way, then they're in for a potential win here as well. Armory Gaming, they're the strongest team in the lobby, and they've got 3. But they're also the other team with the strongest spot in the server. It's up to them, I suppose, whether they want to clear out the north here. I think it's probably smart. Oh, okay, Fap. Maybe a little bit. I mean, I don't think you could one-tap a 2-helm with an M249, but I haven't played the game in quite some time. I don't think that was going to ever be the case, but he gets it done anyway. He knew he had the kill guaranteed. And so that's another solo out. That's more of Armory Gaming's worries, I suppose, dealt with by Fap. And so now they kind of know that if they, especially if they spot Smell as well, they know there's only 1 player on their side of the zone.
Well, the good news for really all of these teams left alive is they're all in the top 8. So they're all just kind of collecting points for each other to really further top-heavy this lobby. So 3 teams now have already passed 50 points in the first 5 matches. I'm looking at some of our group performances, and there were plenty of nights where that just didn't even happen at all.
Wait.
Riz and James knocked down. Armory actually now in a very vulnerable position here.
I was going to say.
And again, they're on that cutoff of 8th itself, so they're the ones that need the points far more than NGE and DK. We're just in a straight 1v1v1. 3 solos. evens it up. And suddenly now for NGE and Dankoa, very winnable. Fat will collect both kills. He is on a absolute rampage. 8 of the 13 kills for New Generation Esport. DK just the 2 kills, but plenty of placement points and 11 kills for Armory, 3 of which to Dynasty. If there's anyone I want alive at this point, though, I'd probably rather Riz, but maybe Dynasty second.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know how that switched up so quickly. Fap just out of nowhere. I thought he was a known quantity for Armory Gaming. I thought they kind of knew where he was. He wasn't being silent or anything. He was taking shots. He killed a player with that M249. They had audio on him. But I suppose they can kind of imagine themselves going down into the dip just left of Dynasty and being safe from Fap. But I suppose no one's ever really safe from Fap, especially not with that M249. He looks lethal with that. Dankoa now not in the driving seat necessarily, but definitely with a chance to win. 4 smokes on Smell. I'm wondering how many smokes Huang has, because this is going to go to phase 9. And if it goes to that smoke battle in that middle of the road, or just, you know, in the off chance of the road, that was risky, Fap, then I feel like DK might have a good chance of winning this just by numbers alone.
Yeah, I didn't even see that. Was DK, I think a player was downed, right, and got to revive?
Yes.
Yeah. 8 for Smell. He has 2 of them. Knows where Fap is. Fap's kind of running into that, and a headshot anyway from Dynasty. Well, Hummer Gaming will take that point and second place, so the points put them now into 7th, tied with From the Future. So 34 points, the current cutoff. Next best behind that is 9 points away, Unicorn Cyber, and then it looks quite grim after Nosh. In fact, AAP are not even, you could double their points and they're not even in the top 8.
Yeah.
I don't know how Dynasty's going to win this, though, now in a 1v2.
He's got that Mark 14.
Doesn't have the numbers, though. Danko could actually go for back-to-back wins and will get it.
Clean.
Well, 2 wins in a row for Danko. It was an 11-kill win. Back on Vikendi. Take away the snow, apply some sand, and it's a 3-kill win. It's still a win.
Do you remember the spot they were in? I feel like maybe we're kind of glossing over the fact that they snuck into Daytrade's compound as 2, had no chance, in our minds at least, to win this game.
Sitting in a crate with a sawn-off shotgun for about 15 minutes.
Yeah, and then they just get it done with 3 all to high.
Crazy.
Because they timed it correctly and they didn't show themselves until the very last second. Yeah, I feel like we glossed over that. That's kind of insane.
Yeah, I think glossed over it probably because whenever you see a team win and it's like, oh, 2-kill win, 3-kill win, you're always like, oh, did they deserve it? But you're right, we did probably forget. They were a duo very early into that game. They managed to send it into the compound that Daytrade were holding, sat inside of the crate with a sawn-off shotgun on either side, while Daytrade were doing whatever they were doing. And somehow, even though that a 4-man Daytrade and a 2-man DK were in the same position, the 2-man DK ended up winning the game. Crazy.
Yeah,
and Daytrade got no kills and only 2 placement points. It's been a rough night for them. Really, really strong performance from Danko. And again, more importantly, for those that maybe missed it, they won the last game prior to this with an 11-kill win. They're having a great night. They're looking amazing. It's been a tremendous performance. I just want to very quickly, before we go to this break, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Vietnamese teams are occupying the top 8. How about that one? As we go to the break, think about it. We'll come back and we'll get into the 6th map.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Feeling a little bit salty about that one because that was so clean from Akita and Monty, but there it's on 5. If they get away with this.
Hang on, this nade. We didn't quite follow it immediately, and it's amazing from Akita.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet is bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. we've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapons dealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in the stack-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a Battle Ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Back-to-back wins for DK, and they look locked now to go to the grand finals. Not much more that they would have to do. We've only got the one more game tonight, and then there's just the 6 tomorrow. So the reality of the situation is, Russell, and in a very top-heavy leaderboard, yeah, they probably don't have to do much more. I'm not saying that they can now sit back and get 0 points from 6 games, but for a lot of these teams in the top 8, we are talking about like only needing 20 to 30 points over the next 7 games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we made a point about it that game, but the top 8's now getting away from the bottom 8, which is probably worst case scenario for the bottom 8. I mean, I think in the previous game, the bottom 8 was getting closer to the top 8, and now it's completely switched on its head.
Yep. Let's go to our top 5 kill leaders from the last match, and probably a good reason why. There was a lot of them that fragged out. No more than Fap though. He went and got 8 kills in that game for NGE. Newhouse, yeah, they picked up like 15 overall, something crazy. Nilty with 5, Long K with 6, Riz and Dynasty as well, 9 between the two of them. So what's interesting about it is none of these teams that are in the top 5 for kills obviously won the game. It was the 3K DK who were a 2K for a large portion of that game. So fair shout to them. They had the 11 kill win on Vikendi just before that. So for Danko Gaming, back-to-back wins, really good shout. But it's just been a night, Russell, where Vietnam is dominating. Can you look at that? All of those teams are from Vietnam.
Yeah, and Vietnam, I mean, when you have Cerberus as the kind of benchmark to look at in Vietnam, then everyone below you is going to try and be as good as you, and that makes that elevates the region so much. I mean, I wish that would have been the case for OS back in the day when Atletico was dominating, but that's beside the point. When you have Cerberus as your benchmark, everyone else is going to try and be as good as them, and look at that.
That is true. That is true. And right now, I'm kind of trying to see, because I'm still playing off match 4 leaderboard, not even playing off match 5. But I mean, as we saw, pretty much most of the Vietnam teams did there really, really well. So unless one of them got knocked down for like another one, prior to match 5, there was only one team which was in the bottom 8 from Vietnam. Out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them, which is again staggering, and that was Newhouse. And Newhouse just went and got like 15 kills and like 8 placement points and stuff. So they're in the top 8 now. So unless they've knocked someone out that is also from Vietnam, I'll be curious to see by the end of the night. And I guess we'll see when we get into this game. There's a very good likelihood that 6 out of the 6 Vietnam team are in the top 8 and going into the grand finals, which is, I mean, insane.
Yeah, prowess in that region.
But it also means that there's only currently one team in the top 8 in the grand final, that's Cerberus. So I guess it does probably make sense. All those, and for the Thai fans there, of course, you've got Deraton 5, Biram, Q Confirmed, Purple Mood. They're already in the grand final. So that is probably why, for those maybe just tuning in, why there is so much Vietnamese dominance. They all missed out on grand final except Cerberus, who only just got in 8th place.
Yeah, I feel like...
But hey, they're coming. Revenge time.
I was going to say, I feel like in a different universe, or maybe you play those games on a different day or something like that, it's Vietnam instead of Thailand who qualifies for the top 8. But, I mean, look, we get to see action from those regions regardless. We got to see Thailand in the group stage, and now we're seeing Vietnam dominate in the last chance quals. And honestly, it's probably unfair for the rest of the lobby. If Vietnam is this... I mean, kind of heavy on the fragging side of things in a lobby like this, I feel like it's just unfair for the competition.
Yeah, well, definitely agree. Final game of the night, Russell, into map 6. What do you want to see from this?
Well, we're not going to get any hot drops with the intent to disqualify a team or make them not qual, which sucks. We're going to have to wait till tomorrow for that. Am I allowed to say an island finish? Am I allowed to say a prison finish? If I'm being reasonable, you know what I haven't seen in a while? A Minas finish. Just dead center in the middle of Minas where they're all playing in and around all the industrial stuff. I want to see that, but I also want to see, because obviously going into tomorrow, we don't want to have it just be a lockout. So I want to see Unicorn, Nosh, AAP, 4-Man-Bow, and everyone below them catch up to the top 8 this game.
All right, well, that's what Russell wants to see from the final game tonight for the PUBG Asia Super Cup. A reminder that we will be back again tomorrow night, where we have another 6 games for these teams, which will then round them out. The top 8 will then move on to the grand final series, which is going to be 4 nights of action, which is actually pretty good for us. I mean, not many of these inter-regional tournaments will have 4 full days for just a grand final alone, when we've already had group stage into last chance. The beauty of the Asia Super Cup is that it really does a good job of emulating a PGC level tournament, but for APAC.
Yeah, that's more games than what you'd play in a PGC final. So you know that the best team is going to win 100%. You can't have it any other way when you're playing that many games. What do you want to see, Jake? I didn't ask you back. What do you? And you can't take anything that I said. You're not allowed.
That's fine. Very quickly, before I do answer that, of which I will, Unicorn, the only team from Vietnam that's not currently in the top 8. So there you go. And they're in 9th. Not far away. Yeah, so I guess you could say all of the 6 Vietnamese teams are in the top 9. What do I want to see from this game? I want to see Day Trade do well. I want us to, stop harping on. Oh my goodness, that's an island circle. That has to be.
Okay. Don't jump the gun. Listen,
I'm gonna just say I want Day Trade to do well this game, but if that does go to the islands, good luck. It's just a crapshoot, right? You just throw a dice, and whatever it lands on, that's what wins.
So now you kind of have to look at the teams that are close to the coast, Arctics, Newhouse, and AAP. They're going to probably want to position... I mean, okay, it's been so long since we've seen an island circle. I wonder if they even play for it. But back in the day, when you were seeing them slightly more often, rare still, but slightly more often, people would position for boats. They'd get there early. They'd kind of just have 1 or 2 people at the boat just in case. Because obviously, if you get to the island first, you're in a fantastic spot to get a top 5 placement and some kills. So I'm wondering if any of those teams close to the coast are going to do that, or whether the concerns for an island circle are no longer in PUBG Esports in 2024.
Well, what did you guys want to do back when this happened? What was the plan back?
I wasn't on the team.
Oh, that's right. You weren't on the team.
I was in NA being a terrible player, okay?
Yeah,
so
was that Ghost Gaming at the time?
No, that was Wildcard at the time.
Wildcard, right. Okay.
Yes.
Well,
I didn't get that trauma.
If there is a chance for an island circle, we have been given the phase 1 variation of it. The question is, does it activate P2? Now, from memory, it basically has to activate P2 or it won't go there. Have you ever seen it shift on P3?
Don't think so. I don't think so. I think you're right.
Yeah, every time I've seen this, it's like P2 just hard shift out to the east and then it starts to center up. So fingers crossed for phase 2. I will also say that you shouldn't really see teams overcommit for those islands. I kind of want to see teams maybe get in positions where you look for a boat and then maybe you can play off of that. Even, you know what's crazy? You could even sit like South Resort, try and find a boat. If you find one, just sit in the blue P1 just in case. It's probably this circle, it could actually be worth it. I don't think that would be a bad play. Because you don't want to be swimming to those islands.
No.
Also, the other thing that back in the day we didn't have is like pickup system, right? So,
you're right. You're right.
That's something that you can also kind of use as like, you know, for those teams that we kind of see out towards like a Cantera, and we're like, oh, they're not going to be in a good spot, yada, yada, yada. Don't be surprised if you see like 3 pickup systems being used. In fact, Daytrade's using one right now from Jumisera.
Imagine they just full commit to the island. There's no doubt in their mind that it's going to be an island circle.
Nah,
that
you can't
would be
do
ridiculous.
That.
You can't. But if you're in Daytrade's spot, maybe that's what you have to do. No, I'm kidding. I mean, they would never. They'd go to the unplayables or something close to that, regardless. Although I wouldn't be surprised if we see the perfect C2 pop emergency parachutes. I wouldn't be surprised if we see. I mean, if these guys are paranoid, like 3 emergency parachutes just pop up in the next minute or so, ready for the phase 2 pop, and then of course they're all going to go towards the island if it does go that way. I guess maybe worst case, can it even go back? I don't remember it going back to mainland if it goes out to the island, but maybe I guess
like the P2 pop goes island and then it goes back to mainland. No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
That would be even rougher.
I've personally never seen that. I don't know. I'm just going with personal experience. And I've had a couple of island finishes. So, yeah. I mean, it's kind of like, it's called Partona now. How many times have we seen that kind of like what used to be that little island on the very south side of the map? And that I have actually seen go there. You think you're going there, and then it goes back to mainland. But that's also a lot closer in play. So that I have seen that one, but not so much the other islands. So 4.5 minutes. As a player, this is one of the trickier circles. Don't be too surprised, I guess, if not much happens really phase 1. Teams are just going to simply be like, okay, how do we best mitigate? Like, the beauty of it is we know every single team right now is talking about those islands. Like, every single one is in some capacity, whether they're like, let's ignore it, let's just bank on it not going there, and let's get like prio for like a hard shift in, which is what some teams may opt for. Like, statistically, it's okay to just be like, you know what? We're just going to ignore it. We're going to anticipate this is either going to go like hard north, or I guess the best option would be like hard west and come straight back in. We'll play in and around Impala or those fields. And if it does go islands, well, whatever, it's one game.
All right, Daytrade. They didn't commit to the islands, which makes sense, but they did commit to the unplayables, which Newhouse currently own. That's their house at the moment. Daytrade are on top, though. So Neil T and the rest of his team, well, I mean, this is exactly what Daytrade want. They want to be above a team in full control. Newhouse is now on Daytrade's terms, and I don't even know if Newhouse are going to be able to fully leave this position. They're all stuck in the crevices in these unplayable rocks. You saw Neil T totally scared about leaving that spot because, I mean, there's 4 of Daytrade up here. They have so many different angles. It doesn't even look like that sandstorm is entirely hindering them either. So this is a good start for Daytrade, and they can parachute off as well. Are they committing? Is that one of them jumping off to try and get some kills?
Could go down a ledge. Maybe there's a way back up. Don't think so. It'd be a bit weird to do that. At this point, you've got Godspot, And I wonder how far do you think they could parachute? Could they get halfway to the islands from here?
No, not even close. No,
okay.
I think they'd make it to the coast if my memory serves me correct.
Probably not good. That might not be good enough.
Yeah, maybe though. I don't think so. I think when you, a parachute, when you parachute from the plane,
You
you're
just
gonna
go kind of
further.
yeah. You just go straight
Yeah.
down, right? Like
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The one
Anyway.
thing they could do from here, though, right? And this is something to kind of, if it does go to the islands, they don't have to go. They could just stay here and shoot everyone.
Oh,
And like
that's
if you get like 8 kills from that, that's kind of a good game on a wacky circle. So that could be something they think about. Obviously, they're a team that's like second last, right? So they need all the points they can get. But
I think they commit to that. I think you're right. Because I mean, imagine you imagine the island circles back in the day. How many teams purposely sent it to the coast to get kills because they know they have no other option. If you try to play it seriously, you're just going to lose your life and die with 0 kills. So Daytrade's going to be able to see all of that action.
I do apologize if we're obviously overharping the islands. There's really not much else to talk about right now. I am looking at the map. Everyone's
We're
pretty
dry.
much everyone's inside of P1. I mean, FW Esports over towards Power Grid for some reason still. Nosh south, probably just roaming the coast maybe to see if they can find a boat. Other than that, like even the players themselves are like just sitting in anticipation as to what's going to happen for phase 2, because there's not that many circles in PUBG where it can make such a dramatic change, and this is one of them. Teddy catches Vitamilk on top of the long building. He gets away, half health, and into a vehicle. I don't think Teddy's going to get this kill.
No. All right. Well, we'll never know. Ooh, close. But no cigar. Unlucky. Only a couple minutes now, or 1 minute to be specific, until we know. Do we look stupid for hyping it up? Or are we going to look like prediction gods?
I mean, it's not so much stupid for hyping it up because it's a reality, right? Like this is a P1 circle for islands, so.
I mean, look, I just want to see it. We're on a dry spell of island circles.
I do.
So I'm hyping it up as much as I can.
I'm going to be very blue balled if we don't get to the islands. That's all I'm saying, Russell. I'm going to be very. yes. I'm going to bed tonight. I'm going to be super upset.
Yeah, you and me both. What a missed opportunity it would be. If there's a chance that someone could persuade the circle to go a certain direction, how would be the
someone?
chance?
Who's that someone?
Anyone with access to the back end. No, honestly though, for a circle that's half water, half being unplayed, there's only 2 people dead.
Yeah,
so.
I was kind of thinking that as well. I mean, to be fair, you can play a lot more of the unplayables in this area. So obviously, like Daytrade's able to play up on this rock and New House as well. Although I think they've fallen down to Impala, maybe halfway down. All right, 3 seconds. Can we see that map? I want to see that pop. I need to know where we're going. Please show me the map. I have no idea. Oh, no! Don't go. No!
God damn it!
No, can we get? Oh, I need some Fs in chat. We all wanted it. Let's be real. Come on. Look at the pickups. They timed it.
Yeah.
Now these pickups are not for this current circle. I want to make that very clear because I think TE is one of them. You can see where it picks them up. They were ready to go to that North Island, which is typically where it finishes if it does go. So these were in anticipation of the drop of the pop. They can now 2 options: ignore it, don't take it, which is what TE I think might like to, or you send one up, get info. I don't know where else you'd want to take this with the circle. Like the expendables don't need to go anywhere now.
Yeah, I mean, it would just be unplayables, but I mean, a couple of them are already taken. The one close to T right now they could get on top of, but I think that's lower than the other one, so it would just be riskier. You'd be totally exposed to the rest of the circle. So, yeah, I mean, they are taking it, actually.
Oh, wow, yeah, they are, actually. That means, did they not have vehicles? Because, I mean, it looks like they were maybe playing outside that compound. I guess going to give that up.
Well, committing to the industrial part they're going to now is not a terrible play.
No.
Especially because the unplayables are probably going to make this one go.
They could get shot out of the
Impala.
sky, though. That's one issue I'm thinking of, like getting shot out of the sky when you're parachuting down. Well, it looks like they've already hit the ground anyway. Okay. Oh, they sent her up. But, I mean, again, we know what those pickups were for, though.
Yeah, of course.
Timed it perfectly so that they would go on the drop. They would have been first over. Everyone else would have been, chaotically trying to swim. Some would have tried to get some boats. It would have been a lot of fun. And we don't get it, Russell. We don't get it.
No, we don't get it. I'm devastated. Although, what if it goes there now? Is that possible? It's not technically the water shift.
Well,
so...
I mean, it's technically not impossible, but I've never seen it happen again on a phase 3 circle shift. If it happens, we could be seeing the first time ever. I don't know.
I'm on some real hopium right now.
Yeah, I think you are.
Cracked
The
up on
bottle
hopium.
is bloody empty, mate. It's gone. It's been used.
Oh.
I will say for this circle shift, like it's still kind of far north. A lot of teams to the south. A lot of teams have actually done a really good job of like, you know, banding together in these areas. You've got 2 teams in Impala, 1 on the unplayable hill outside of Impala in day trade. You've got 3 teams around the industrial area. DK and PMA right now on our screens are obviously kind of sharing around this compound, although Teddy probably doesn't want to get too friendly with DK. He starts to push over, and then there's a wealth of teams up to the north. Nice double tap. Well, we got to see it kind of from both angles. It originated from Teddy's POV, and then we got to see John get knocked on the second shot. Really clean and rapid. Hoang, though, watching the back of this building means he's quite safe. Teddy pushes that, he dies.
Yep, he does for sure. That was still very quick. I thought Teddy was exposed.
Oh
More
my God.
headshots from the SLR. Come on,
Never
follow it
mind.
up. Just go for it at this point.
Underarm nade.
Could be good.
Oh, he doesn't.
No, it doesn't want the flush.
They got him. They hit the windowsill.
Oh
It's gonna
my
go out.
God.
He got the kill anyway.
I don't even know what
mean
just
it.
happened.
He didn't even mean it.
Okay. I don't even know what to make of that. I'm kind of lost for words. Hoang's pushing though, trying to get it done. DBS and Jervis is there to get the trade. This is just chaos. I thought this was going to be smooth off the back of Teddy's knocks, but it has been the exact opposite. Teddy goes down, he loses his life, but he did a fantastic job to start that off for PMA, and they win the entire fight off the back of it.
Yep. That was a funny old fight, but credit to PMA. Well, for Dankoa Gaming, from back-to-back wins to dead last in the final game of the night this evening. But hey, in terms of the overall night, what is that, 58 points? It's a little shrunk at the moment. And yeah, we don't get to go to the islands, Russell. And so, you know what's interesting, though, about this circle still is the unplayable is going to be in. Now, Miramar's a bit different these days. Like there's been that change up in terms of the unplayables. It's not like what it used to be. Like, I'm pretty certain there are certain unplayables that are actually no longer, like, quote-unquote unplayable because of the pickup system. So I don't even know what the more, like, this can go anywhere.
They changed Miramar a bit, smoothed it out. There was that rework a while ago. So, yeah, you're kind of hoping that they were fair with the unplayable quadrants of the map, or unplayable rocks of the map, sorry. But, yeah, I don't know. Maybe the code messed up. Maybe one's improper. Although this is a circle where the circle might have a mental breakdown because there's too many unplayables in it. And honestly, I'm still on that hopium, but it could go to that open land just across the ocean.
It can't get off the hopium. Stop it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What it'll actually do is just center in hard west onto Impala, and then it'll either keep going west the whole way through, or it'll kind of go in between Impala and the industrial. Like, I don't even know. I've personally never seen a circle like this before. Like, this is crazy.
Well, pretty sure, yeah, you're right. It's just going to take out the priority unplayable. That was the slowest moving car, by the way. It's going to take out the priority unplayable, whatever one has highest kind of shift off priority. I think
well, doesn't it prioritize water over the? Doesn't it prioritize water?
Well, yeah, but it's gonna go from water, and then I don't know if it takes into account another unplayable. I think we're waffling a bit.
No, we are waffling, but for good reason, right? Because I'm trying to figure out where the hell this thing is going to go, and so are the players, right? Like, this is something that they have to do on the fly, Russ.
Yeah. Oh, honestly, this could be day trade ending up. They're going to get shifted off eventually when it comes phase 8 time and things like that. But for the moment, if this circle goes off water and doesn't really care about the unplayables, day trade could get shifted on and be in a fantastic spot here.
Yeah, I mean, look at Impala right now. It is absolutely stacked right now. You've also then got Industrial. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams inside of Impala. Then I'm not even counting day trade on the unplayable hill of Impala. Nosh to the south of it. And then there's like 4 teams in the industrial area just north of it. Couple teams hanging around the coastline, which is what we're seeing out from RXE, Armory Gaming. 24 seconds until we find out and the waffle comes to fruition. NGE trying to just survive. Flash and Daytrade have gotten at least 3 kills now as a team. Definitely need to make the most of this scenario, a very rare scenario. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if it does hard shift over towards Daytrade, and they will benefit the most. So many buildings that are no longer safe because they got some weird sightline angles. Well, it has kept this in, but it's on the south side of it, and it has kind of done what I expected it to do, that little halfway in between Industrial and Impala. We haven't quite fully seen it, but judging by the minimap, I think that's kind of what it's done. And yeah, Mapstream's caught up. Indeed, it's basically gonna, I think, go in between. And the good news is for a lot of these teams is obviously both of those 2 key POIs are still in.
Yeah. Look, there's some pro players in the chat that think we are idiots at the moment, but we'll take that. Kali will take that, but miss. Headshot though. He's going to try follow it up. 100 HP versus 1. And Alec goes down. I like the aggression. I like the confidence. I think he saw the headshot and knew it was over. Just needed to secure it. And he's the last one up for Arctics as well. So you may as well go for something like that. You need all the points you can get at this point. Yeah, fantastic for day trade. I think we've touched on it a couple times. Maybe too much focused on the circle. But one narrative this game that has absolutely stood true through phase 1 all the way to phase 4 now is these teams surviving. There are so many teams in this zone. There were so many teams in the previous zone. These guys have found all the nooks and crannies on Miramar to survive in. It's not like previous Miramar games or any other map where we've seen early fighting occur and we've gone down to 47 members phase 1. This game has been the total opposite of that. Everyone is playing some fantastic PUBG right now.
Yep. Well, Patrick has been eliminated. Very easy to look at that map and be like, oh, you can just send it into a city, but easier said than done. Everyone doing their absolute best to just find positions that they can stay alive in. Bat knocked down by you, Dirt. Good shots here from Rays. All clean with it on the mini. Nice. The FW Esports, and a good way for them to slowly close the night out, up to 44 points. Expendable 62 points on the night. Doesn't mean I have to, reconfirm. 70 points was the most amount of points a team gained in the groups in one night. That was Theraton 5 and Q confirmed, both tied 70. So TE 8 away from setting a new record at the Asia Super Cup in the winter variation, basically this tournament. to just scale it back every single time.
Oh my goodness. Hello, Dynasty.
And goodbye, Dynasty.
That's it. Yeah, see ya. Shanks as well. Oh, I just made it to that thing, just in the doorway. Went down to day trade. Oh, I think it's happening. Maybe a little bit of momentum going into tomorrow that's going to be completely shattered by the sleep they have tonight. Unfortunately, this is not a game 1 day trade where they can use it. It's a day 6 where they kind of go into tomorrow bittersweet. That's okay, though. I'll take that as an avid fan, wanting to see them live up to expectations.
Not just them, but also Pixel Stars here too. Don't discount Inside Impala, 4-stack, 2 kills already. So they're kind of on that same pathway as Day Trade to try and get out of the bottom 2. Arctics eliminated, 11 points. They could actually end up finding themselves dead last by the end of this game, alongside maybe with 4-man Bo if they don't do much. Riz gone. And that's good news as well for the entire bottom 8. 34 points at the very least is something to kind of look towards, although you still got Unicorn, Cyber, Nosh that could maybe overtake in this game. Hard to maybe see that happening from Nosh's perspective, as they're still in a very perilous position, outskirts of Impala. And guess what, Russell? You may say we might be idiots, but that unplayable is still firmly in the day trade. So tell me about that one.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I feel like every time I say something about a circle on a cast, I'm going to be scolded by people in Discords, but that's okay. I'll take it. I'll cop it. I was never much of a circle connoisseur, never an IGL. Day trade, though. Yeah. I mean, unfortunately for day trade, this could be one of those circles where everyone ends up sending it. I mean, it is going to be one of those circles where everyone sends it into Impala and everyone sits in buildings, and then eventually it's going to shift off day trade. They have to come down, and everyone sitting in buildings is going to have a shooting gallery at day trade, which is going to suck. So they really have to take advantage of FW, of RXC, of teams who have to make rotates inside the city in the next couple zones. 4-man Bo as they cross the road from the northern side. If they don't capitalize on kills here, they might lose the chances later on.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, they've already started to capitalize at least the 4 kills, and you got to remember there's like half the server, beyond half the server inside of a city in buildings. That's not easy to kind of shoot. Puchils has been knocked by Bao LP. RXC, to their credit, I think you kind of got to give them more of the plaudits here in the way they've pushed up to this mountain. It's not easy when the team above you has such a high ground advantage, but they've got a second knock as well. I think that's 3 overall when it was started to where they've gotten to, and nothing really in response here from Day Trade. So even despite having the highest of high mountain peaks, they're still losing this battle to Raptiak Esports. Shots again landing here from 6, 7, 8, 9, helping his team get to the base of this mountain. But yeah, Day Trade, again, they don't have much else to shoot at, Russell, so I don't blame them. Like, everyone inside of Impala, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams, 9 teams inside of Impala, 10 if you include 4-man Bo just on the outskirts of it. And then there's RXC and Day Trade. So, I mean, what else are they going to shoot at?
Yeah. that was fantastic cover from RXC. They had 2 anchors and then 2 pushed up in the car. I mean, that's just clinical, basic clinical PUBG stuff right there. You love to see that. They had both those anchors on different angles as well. One was more south, one was more north. So wherever Day Trade peaked, they were likely to get a knock. Although I didn't expect that nade knock onto Puchils. That was, I mean, Puchils is going to die 100%. That nade probably should have never happened. Although if it is a nade, kind of give Puchils the benefit of the doubt. He wouldn't have expected that either. 4-man Bow in a rough spot. TE, PMA, and Day Trade as well. Everyone else who has eyes on 4-man Bow crossing this road is going to be very hungry for those kills. And 4-man Bow are officially out now. Day Trade, I don't actually have the map stream. They're kind of in. They can kind of make that work, get down a little bit, go towards the edge of that rock. They're still chilling for the moment. 4-man Bow are not, though. 4-man Bow are going to have probably a 3-smoke wide smoke wall if they want to make this push. And even then, I'm not sure it's going to be enough, because when they cross the road, they've still got to win the fights.
Yep. Yunosuke knocked down by Hung Fong Do. Fan's going to finish him off. Good teamwork for NGE. So no Puchils, 4 kills. Hard to be overly critical of Day Trade here, because they have been able to get some kills. Like, I mean, PMA's got 4, FW's got 5, TE's got 4, so it's not like anyone else is like super hard fragging. Inside of Impala, also very difficult. As we see the end of From the Future. Not a bad night from them, but they too, like Armory Gaming, go out on 34 points. Does keep everyone below them in the bottom 8 with something to keep a target on. Tampo knocked down. Duck Juice looking for the response with P90. Pico at the top. Yeah, of course he finds it. It's Duck Juice for the Expendables, still in that top spot. They might not get 70. They've only got the 2 players left alive, but they're close to it. It's been a sensational night from them, building good form for the grand finals. They will be there. Absolutely. We could put your house on it. I mean, I won't. Just do it. You never know, but Pixel Stars, 3 kills for them, and still 4 players alive. And okay, yes, with a good knock on the Jervis, and that might temporarily shift Day Trade back to last. No, apparently no. I guess not. Both tied. Absolutely tied.
Yeah. Pixel Stars stuck on the stairs. A lot of crate weapons in this endgame right now. That P90, as long as he keeps that thing alive, it is going to be lethal in a zone like this. And on a player like Duck Juice, well, he can make that work wonders. PMA under a bit of pressure. Nade's coming their way from 777. Duck Juice all the way below them as well. They do kind of have to make that push, but not right now. Still in zone, but if you're TE, you're concerned about PMA potentially pushing out and using their high ground advantage. I suppose RK as well is stopping any of these teams pushing, really. Although TE looks like they have the freedom to get the nades off, and now that has to be the push. Gets you deeper inside zone, it gets you kills. You'll throw a couple more pieces of utility, confirm the kill as well. And maybe a flash, a smoke, maybe another nade behind the crate. I mean, it's a spot you'd look at and you'd go, yep, he's over there. Blue zone grenade to deny that space as well. And the flash. This is clinical from TE, but they're not yet making the push. And I have to consider why. Maybe it is Jing, maybe it's FW, maybe they have info that making that push wouldn't be smart right now. Either way, they're delaying it maybe a little bit too much for my liking.
Obara knocked by U-Dirt. Okay, yes, though, with this M249, talk about perfect weaponry to have up close to the close quarter combat scenario. Jafang getting that revive on to Capybara. Pixel Stars certainly not going to give up on this scenario just yet. Look at that with P90 from Jing. This is a player that we've already seen clutch up on Miramar. Pixel Stars feeling confident too that they can continue to play kind of the outskirts here, and it continues to just center on these unplayable mountains. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you, Russell.
Yeah, look.
It could have gone fields. It could have gotten away. It could have done whatever it wanted to do, but it just keeps going here. Day Trade dropping. Look at the map. Day Trade and RXC and Thanahan and Bao LP with a double knock onto Flash and Nurins. As soon as they come down from Mount Olympus, they fall, coming crashing back down to earth. 5 kills, but only 10 points for Day Trade. 1 player remaining and on the verge of their worst day in the PUBG Asia Super Cup, which is hard to say because they had a 13-point day back on day 1. I didn't think it could be worse than that, but they've only got the 10 points here to start the last chance qualifiers, and it puts them in a severe predicament going into tomorrow. Oskian finished off a notch, courtesy of Hekai. Lots of pressure on all of these teams. The Expendables, shots from Dark Juice, he backs himself in. Last one standing, he certainly can't go down. Well, that's the end of TE for tonight. RKS doing a good job from top position, but they've lost Jing, they've lost Xiaofeng, The Pixel Stars still in bottom spot, need to survive a bit longer here. Phase 7, still 10 teams alive.
You know, in a spot like this as well, everyone's also vying for placement points too. By the end of this Phase 7, there aren't going to be that many teams alive. There's going to be solos all over the place, and a couple of these teams are dead for certain. There's just not enough space to fit them. They can't climb up to the unplayables guaranteed. Only RXC really has control over those. So there's not going to be many teams left alive. I am Pete doing God's work for PMA right now. Capybara, last one up for Pixel Stars. NAG looking on the sideline, hoping for something. Pete gets it done. Excellent play so far from him. He's going to fight his way into, but he's going to be one of those solos I was talking about, that you can fit a lot of players in a zone like this, but I don't know how many really you can get. Nosh, look at them. What a rough spot to be. Out of zone. Fang with a perfect angle. If they go over or under, it doesn't matter. Fang's going to get him along with the rest of NGE and anyone else who's looking this way too. Looks like just NGE for the moment. Pete surviving. He got himself into. Oh, never mind. I think I'm going to eat my words. He's getting shot at the moment, but I think he's just in zone. Udirk going down. That's another team eliminated from this NHE. Teams going out by the second at this point. And there's just not enough space.
Unicorn Cyber, the last Vietnamese team that's not inside of the top 8, 3 points away, could dislodge Armory Gaming from Thailand. Fat caught on the outside of that building, courtesy of Belmoth. He's down to 3, 2, 1, 0 bullets, but he confirms the kill. Still has a little bit. I think he's just got maybe something to pick up. Yeah, back up with the M16. Yeah, and so another point though, and 13 now for Day Trade, matching their day one performance. So at least it's not like total nightmare scenario. It's not great. Certainly can't be too happy with themselves, but out of the bottom 3, and at least giving something maybe to think about going into tomorrow. It's not going to be the most biggest gap to that 8th position, really 8th, 7th, and 6th, all around the same amount of points. So it's not total disaster, but they will need to start well tomorrow. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at FW as well. Belmoth could be FW's undoing, but not right now. Maybe in a previous zone when they had, as you said, Mount Olympus, but not right now. He's going to have to calm down. And this is not like a scenario where he's coming down and they've got, you know, upwards of 8, maybe 10 kills or something like that. It's a scenario where they've got very little from a spot like that. Not nothing, but still probably little from what they were expecting. And they're almost certain to be dead. He's just hoping for any placement points he can get. Bang's going to probably die to the blue here. Just see where he can get done. FW's in a fantastic spot. If they can take the time to climb these unplayables, they're going to have full vision over everyone scrambling to get out of Impala right now. NGE, they're certainly not done though. Shotgun jumps over the wall, and of course he lands it. The mid-air accuracy of the shotgun is going to get it done. Nosh, they survived for a little bit longer than I thought they would, but they're losing players now going down to the blue. Belmoth falls as well. Unicorn Cyber, they're in the top 4 now as well, actually. So
top seven, yeah, for Unicorn Cyber. So that is all 6 Vietnamese teams inside of the top 8 after night 1. Rapsiak Esports out in 4th, pushes them into the top 5 on 52 points. It's right from Destroy. That is clean with the ace. Bot Flute knocked down, and he can go for the revive onto Whodat as well. Down to just these 2 remaining teams, Unicorn Cyber and FW Esports. Big for Unicorn Cyber to collect these points, looking to overtake Newhouse Esports and get into the top 6 going into tomorrow. 6 sacks with a drop down to push closer for FW Esports. They lose Bot Flute, confirmed kill for Destroy, but a knockdown again onto Whodat means this is a very unlikely win for Unicorn Cyber. For FW Esports though, surely it's all but certified. Indeed, confirmed as he pushes up to the window to confirm the kill. It's FW Esports, an 11 kill win. Big turnaround for them. After a disappointing group stage, they've been hot here in the last chance qualifiers, but they from Thailand, yes, it's been Vietnam's night though, Russell.
It absolutely has been. Stunning performances from, I mean, yeah, you say Vietnam, I can't disagree, but FW specifically in that game, that's not a game where they get nothing. It's not a game where they come in and swoop up, you know, the last 4 or 5 remaining kills. That was an 11 kill win. They fought for that. They were on the right side and they played it correctly as well. You got to feel bad for Day Trade, but you give credit to FW. That was just mayhem coming out of Impala. I kind of assumed that would happen, but I didn't think we'd end up with just FW and Unicorn Cyber. I thought we would end up with a couple more, but I suppose the circle just went the way it did, and all the fights in Impala panned out the way they did as well.
Man, I don't know what the circle did that game. It was all over the place,
Yeah,
in the
we're
water,
lost.
on the unplayables,
Yeah.
doing whatever it wanted, had a lot of fun with the map, and we had a lot of fun with that game. Unicorn Cyber, one of the benefactors there, finishing second, bunch of kills, gets them into the top 8. Of course, we've got 6 games tomorrow. We just played 6. It goes quickly. You don't get many opportunities,
That
not
was
that many
fun.
chances. It was certainly a lot of fun.
It was a good night.
Really, really solid night from obviously a bunch of teams that would not have been too happy with their group stage. So, you know, you got a bunch that have responded, bounced back. A couple that I really want to give a couple of shout outs. Firstly, Danko Gaming went back-to-back wins.
Absolutely.
Huge.
Yeah.
The Expendables, best team on the night, just fell 3 points shy of that magical 70, but they're going to go to the grand finals. New Generation Esports, far more consistent tonight, certainly a lot better. Rapsiak Esports, they started off hot. They had, I felt like out of all of the top 8 teams, they were the one that was a little bit hot and cold, but they were in sensational times. FW, great. Newhouse had some really good performances. And that's probably where I'll leave the plaudits. Not because I don't think there were other teams that maybe didn't deserve them, but your Unicorns, your Armories, your From the Futures, they were good, but they weren't like totally over the top, and they're not like totally secure. I think there's probably about those 6 teams that I gave the plaudits to. I'd be surprised if any of those missed out tomorrow.
I would agree. I think I was probably expecting more from the likes of AAP, Armory, and From the Future, but they never really kind of showed up to their potential, which sucks. But I mean, looks like these other. I mean, it looks like the teams they probably thought weren't going to be a threat are actually a threat. Kind of threw them off guard a little bit. And I think, the teams you praised, they seemed ready. They seemed ready for everything. They seemed like they were playing their own game plan, and they seemed like they made the correct decisions. Look, RXE in that game on Tago, I thought they were completely displaced when I looked at the map stream. I thought, okay, they're done. They're over. And then it's just scavenging those points. If you have solo players, competent players that are able to, have the confidence in the first place to get those kill points that are necessary in a game like that, then that can work, absolutely. And in a lobby like this as well, where you're probably going to get punished a little less often than, say the group stages, then you may as well go for it.
FW Esports picking up the win to close out that game. We'll continue to talk about them while we get the leaderboard all sorted out. Really strong performance and a team that, clearly coming into this tournament, I had my eyes on when we were kind of researching Russell. We kind of saw them, what they were able to do back in the Thailand series. They were, essentially 1 point shy of going to PGC. I think a team that, had high expectations. The way they started, I was a little bit like, I expected more. We're talking about Raze being about the same level as Thanatol. He had the same Twire rating overall, which is insane because of how good Thanatol has been for Theraton 5. So I was a little bit disappointed, but with that win and with their play tonight, I'm starting to see, obviously, the FW Esports that did so well in the Thai series at the end of last year. We'll go to the leaderboard. It's all concluded through the first 6 games. Again, a reminder, we've got 6 more games tomorrow. Top 8 go to grand final, so that will be finished by tomorrow night. But we already calculated at the start of the show, 70 to 80 points will get you into the top 8. And if you're in the 60s, it's going to be a bit close. So if you're the Expendables, NGE, FW, you're pretty much done. All wins in the top 5 as well, as DK got 2 of them, 58 points, RXC 52 points. They won't need much tomorrow night, but then it's still quite open from then onwards. The bottom 3 spots of the top 8, Newhouse, Unicorn, Armory Gaming, Russell, they're not secure. They had good nights, but they're going to have to back it up again tomorrow.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a little bit too top heavy. So I don't know what the actual cutoff is going to be in 8th place, but maybe even your low 60s if we're being a little bit facetious. But yeah, that's still doable for day trade. It's still doable for AAP and FTF. And honestly, I look at that right side of the leaderboard, and it's really only, Foreman Bow, Arctics, and Pixel Stars that I just haven't really impressed me that much, but everyone else above them, I can see a potential for them to get into that 7th, 6th, 8th spot, something like that, right? So it's still doable, but it's going to take a hell of a lot.
I would argue Day Trade, Archangel Predator, From the Future, they're the 3 teams to really look at going into tomorrow. Can they occupy a spot in that top 8? We already saw it on the final day of group stage. There were a couple of teams that just popped off final night, a couple games to go, rocketed up that leaderboard. You kind of look at it, and FTF as an example, you imagine they come out tomorrow night, get like a 10-kill win, suddenly you're on 54 points, suddenly you're in the top 6. That's how quickly it can change for them. They are effectively tied with Armory Gaming in terms of total points, so obviously we're not going to be too down on FTF. They're as very much in the conversation as NHE, Unicorn, Armory Gaming, but clearly for Archangel Predator, 17 points, Day Trade, 14 points. They've got their work cut out for them. They're going to need absolutely monumental nights. You said, maybe in the 60s. I always kind of look at the rule of thumb being you just take, say, 8th place, double their points. That's 68 points. right?
Yeah.
So 34-34. So again, I agree with you. I think maybe low 60s could get the job done, maybe 66 points or so. That means Day Trade will have to go out and get 50-something points. You kind of look at what their night 2 was. I think it was 53 points in the group stage. They are capable of doing that, not just based on this tournament, but obviously you think about holistically as a team, what they've been able to do overall through in their careers. They are good enough. They can go and get 70 points tomorrow.
Oh,
we just haven't seen it this tournament, Russell.
No, we haven't. And I mean, I'm really hoping that they go out and have a monumental night, but we just haven't really seen it from them. I think, okay, day 1, where they were terrible, you go, okay, we just change something up overnight and see if it works. They've got to do that again for the second time in this tournament, I feel like, and just kind of hope it works out.
Yep. All right. Well, that's us done for tonight here with the PUBG Asia Super Cup. Big thank you to everyone for watching, tuning in. Hit the subscribe button, follow, whatever it's called here on Twitch. We'll see you tomorrow, of course. The final 6 games here for the last chance qualifiers, top 8, to determine who goes to the grand final will be same time tomorrow. So hopefully we can see you all there. We started off with an absolute banger. Had probably the most competitive lobby in years.
Good nade like this before.
Hold it.
Off an emergency parachute. That should be good enough. The spray coming out. That's 1. That's 2 there.
Oh my. And no trades to come through. The Groza. It's sharp. It's 3 for B2. So slightly doesn't let a single shot here. Onto Axel driving by, but he hits the flick headshot with a mini. That's a little bit better. For Irrelevant. Brain spotted. Top floor. They've seen him. He gets the knock onto Savvy. Does he get the second? He does. Onto the Bam Bam.